Okay, we're going to go ahead and start this morning, and we're going to be talking about parenting. So, in your book, it'll be on page 45. Here's one of those nouns that they turned into kind of well, it's actually a participle, but they've turned it into kind of like a verb. But parenting means fulfilling the lifelong role of a parent. Those who bring a child into the world ought to consider what they do to raise that child. Bringing it into it is one thing, and maybe that is just a normal biological thing, but raising that child takes an awful lot of intention, a lot of work, a lot of responsibility. And what you want to do is to help that child to become a responsible citizen. Now, since God is our creator and has blessed us with the gift of children, and they are a gift, we must also consider what parents can and should do to find peace in following the will of God. Every Christian parent desires for Christ to live in the lives of his children. I like this passage in Colossians 1:28 and 29. He says, "We proclaim him," that is Jesus, "admonishing every man and teaching every man with all wisdom, so that we may present every man complete in Christ. For this purpose also I labor, striving according to his power, which mightily works within me." I remember when my first daughter was getting married, just before she was to get married, and we were preparing for the wedding and all of that kind of stuff. And I had a day or two that was really difficult, because here was this child that I was there when she was born. I've watched her grow up. I've loved her and she's loved me. And now I'm going to be answering that question: who gives this woman to this man in marriage? And I think about how I'm giving my daughter away. And of course, the guy says her mother not. But it was just something that really hit me strong, that particular thing. And after a little bit, someone said to me, I think it's Jackie maybe, she said to me, she said, "Well, that's what we have raised her for. We didn't raise her to stay home. We raised her to be an adult on her own." And when I thought about that, and of course I was very much in favor of the young man she had chosen, and that's Dwayne Bryant, and how much I admire him and all that he does, and it was a good thing. But that's what I raised her for, to present every person complete. And we think about all those passages that are familiar with children as they grow up, and Jesus grew in wisdom and stature and in favor with God and man. Those four areas that are so valuable. And that's what you want to strive to do. And that's what a parent does, is to bring that child up to become a complete person, and trained in the ways that they need to be trained so that they can take care of themselves, so they can get out in the world and do for themselves what they've been trained to do. When my wife was in college, she was an RA and resident assistant. She went around and checked on everybody at night, that kind of thing. But she had a couple of roommates. And one of them, when the mother checked this girl in, she was on the top bunk. And that mother wanted to put guardrails on the top bunk at college. And come to find out a little bit later, this girl had never learned to iron, had never learned to do her laundry, had never learned to do some of the basic fundamentals of life. And here was this child who is 18, 19 years old now in college, and she could not fend for herself because her mama did everything for her. And I think that mother, in some ways, was really pretty cruel to this child, because now the child had to have somebody at college teach her how to do the things her mama should have taught her. And she did not learn how to discipline herself, to provide for herself. Well, parenting is producing a child that is going to be mature and going to be able to handle those things. Sometimes I think it's sad whenever you push a child too quick, but it's also sad when you don't allow a child to do the growing up they need to do. So there's a balance there that as the child ages, every year the child gets older, um, that child should be given greater responsibilities. And I think that's a lot of what life is all about. Christian parenting begins from birth and it lasts until the child is self sufficient. And even then, a loving parent will always have deep concern and desire to help and provide for his children. Now, Solomon described the principle of parenting in Proverbs 22:6. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. We do have to understand that this is a general principle. There are times that you train up a child and the child doesn't do what you want him to do or what you train him to do. That does happen. I have one child that did not stay with her training, and I grieve about that a great deal. But at the same time, the others did, and it is generally true that this is what happened. And it wasn't because she didn't get enough training. Remember, I have only girls. It wasn't because she didn't get to go to the right places and do the right things. It's just that she chose to go a different direction. Training a child involves gaining control of the great energy within. Doesn't mean slavery. It means that you do try to channel what is there within the child. You try to gain control of that great energy that's within to create an appetite for what is right, good, and helping a child to be dedicated to serving God. And one who trains a child in this way will generally find that when he is old, he will not depart from it. Now, since each child is unique with his own personality, parents will find the challenge to find a way to reach and influence each child to bend to God's will. It's not always the same. I do have 4 children. Maybe you have more, maybe you have less. But one thing I can tell you for sure, those children are not identical by any means, not alike at all. We had one child, one daughter, and 22 months, it is cutting out. 22 months later, we had a situation where all of a sudden, we had one child, 22 months later, we had twins born. And then another 19 months later, we had a 4th child. We had 4 children under the age of 40. Under the age of 40. And those 4 kids were about as different as you could imagine. And there is no book that teaches how to raise children. And the thing of it is even if you were able to get it right with one, if you use the same methods with every child, one works with one and it doesn't work with another. My mother, I remember her saying, I could beat my oldest son to death and it wouldn't make any difference. She could spank him, she could do whatever she wanted, it wouldn't make any difference. But if she talked to him, boy, he would just tear up and putty in her hands. She learned that what works with one child maybe doesn't work with another child in quite the same way. And that's an awful lot of the way things go. Learning to work with boys is different than learning to work with girls. I wished I had more experience with boys. I am my mother's 6th son. I was the last one. And I grew up in a household full of boys. But I was given a household full of girls. And fortunately, my wife grew up in a household full of girls, and she taught me a lot about how to deal with girls. As time went by, I learned a little bit about how to deal with them. You certainly cannot work with girls the same way you work with boys. A girl is very sensitive. You holler at her and she just goes all over, it doesn't work. And with a boy, you can be stern and talk straightforward, and that's just kind of the way men are. They're always straightforward with each other. Sometimes a little harsh, easy, but you don't do that with a group. And I had to learn those things. Train up a child in the way they should go means that you have to learn to be flexible as a parent in dealing with your children, never assuming that what works with one is going to work with the other. Now, sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't. And each child has their own way of doing things, and you have to kind of work through the way the child is. An unbeliever once told Samuel Coleridge that he thought it was not right to bias the mind of a child with religious opinion. And Coleridge showed him his garden. And when the man expostulated that it was covered with weeds, the poet answered that the difficulty was that the garden had not come to the age of discretion. The weeds, he said, have taken the liberty to grow, and I thought it unfair in me to prejudice the soil towards roses and strawberries. Everything takes work. When do you start training a child? Before it's born. There are those things where they want you to play the classical music while the baby is still in the womb. Well, that's not all bad. That's not all wrong. I think it'd be a whole lot better for mama to sing hymns while the baby's still in the womb. And when that baby's a small child, even before the age of 1, that child will be hearing those songs, and it'll be something that gets into their hearts and into their mind. Jackie said she had taught everything from cradle roll to 6th grade at one time or another, and that's a lot of different groups of kids. And it seems to me that learning how to raise a child, just about the time you've mastered the age, they get a little older, and they're not the same kid they were before. It's kind of like marriage. Let me tell you, I wish I had said this when I talked about marriage, so I'll say it now. We can apply the same idea to children. The girl that I married when she was 19 years old is not the girl that I'm married to at 68. She's gone through a whole lot of things since then. People age, people change as they age, and they're just like your taste buds and what foods you like change with age. So there are a lot of things in life that do that. I joked yesterday about being married to 16 women, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer. Well, in some ways, when you start thinking about your wife, your husband, over the different ages, people change. And various events in life cause change. The loss of parents, the loss of a child, the change in jobs. A lot of things can affect individuals in marriage, and a lot of things can affect children as they grow. There's certainly a difference between that little child when it's an infant, when they get about 18 months old and they're walking around and they learn that word. Oh, they learn that word. No. Oh, the battle starts. Battle starts. And all of those kinds of things that take place in the family. And each age has its own little challenges. They go to school and they think what they've learned at school is smarter than what mom and daddy know. And sometimes the things that are taught in school are so different from being what a Christian believes that it creates a problem. Kids get to the age where they go to high school and they get taught evolution. And what I told my children was this. I said, well, whatever they teach you about evolution in the 8th grade, 6th grade, that's when they first start hearing much about it. You have to know what they teach you, but you don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it. You can go to a graduate school and they may teach you all kinds of ungodly things, but you have to know that information, but you don't have to believe it. There's a lot of things that have to go into play there. Whenever we think about God's pattern for the family, there are a lot of aspects to it. And the task of every member of the family is to help every other member of the family to love God and to serve Him, so to live with Him eternally. There are many cultures of our world where family is far more important than it is in the United States today. But I think that in our own homes, we need to make family important and responsibility to family important. When you are a parent, you're responsible for your kids. When your kids are grown and you become a little older, your kids are more responsible for you. You know, the old joke of, well, that child's going to decide which nursing home you go into. And there's more truth to that than you may think. My sister and I had to choose which home my mother went into. And that was not a fun experience. Taking care of an elderly parent is not an easy thing to do at all. But everybody has an obligation to the people who are in their homes. In my wedding ring, I can't get it off now, but I could get it off a month ago when I weighed 5 pounds less. Are the words two are better than one. That's a quotation from Ecclesiastes 4, verse 9. Two are better than one because they have a good return for their labor. For if either of them falls, the one will lift up his companion. But woe to the one who falls when there is not another to lift him up. Furthermore, if two lie down together, they keep warm, but how can one be warm alone? And if one can overpower him who's alone, two can resist it. Cord of 3 strands is not quickly torn apart. That is a great truth about family. That's a great truth about the church. That's a great truth about relationships of all kinds. Titus 2 is a great passage to talk about when you talk about families. Verse 1, but as for you, speak the things which are fitting for healthy doctrine. That's what sound doctrine is. Somebody who is sound is somebody who is healthy. Yes, it's the right kind of thinking, but it means a healthy doctrine, a healthy teaching. Older men are to be temperate, dignified, sensible, sound in faith, in love, and perseverance. Older women, likewise, are to be reverent in their behavior, not malicious gossips, nor enslaved to too much wine. Here's an interesting statement about women drinking wine, the only one that I can think of right offhand. Teaching what is good so that they may encourage the young women to love their husbands, to love their children, to be sensible, pure, workers at home, kind, being subject to their own husbands, so that the word of God will not be dishonored. Likewise, I urge the young men to be sensible in all things, to show yourself to be an example of good deeds with purity in doctrine, dignified, sound in speech, which is beyond reproach, so that the opponent will be put to shame, having nothing bad to say about it. Now, see, these things are there because it not only reflects on you and your family, it reflects on the church. When godly people live godly ways, it blesses everyone, the family and the church. But when godly people don't live in the ways that they ought to, it hurts. God has a pattern for children. We talked about Luke 2, 51 and 52. He went down with them and came to Nazareth. That's interesting, coming down from Jerusalem up on a mountain, even though it's to the north, they're going down to Nazareth. I might mention that, you go down to the plain of Jezreel, but then you have to go back up because Nazareth is on a hill. I've been there. A beautiful location. You can see across the plain of Jezreel. You can actually see the city of Nain and various other places that are talked about from Nazareth. But he was submissive to them. He was submissive to them. And his mother treasured up all these things in her heart. Jesus increased in wisdom and in stature and in favor with God and man. Ephesians 6, 1-3, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Isn't it interesting? He just says, for this is right. Honor your father and mother. This is the first commandment with a promise, that it may go well with you and that you may live long in the land. That was that promise that was found in Exodus 20. That to honor the father and mother was not only to respect them, but actually to support them. Honor to whom honor is due. It's a matter of support. So that if your parents are in need, that it's the grown children's responsibility to support them. We live in a world that relies on the government to do a lot for us. Our children don't have to support us. We're thankful for that. They have enough raising their own children. I'm glad but our society and our culture at this time is not like other cultures. If you were an old person in the first century, you didn't have a son or a daughter that could take care of you, you'd be in a world of hurt. You know, the widow's mites was all she had to live on. And that would be not so uncommon in those days. Colossians 3:20, children, obey your parents in everything, for this pleases the Lord. It's right, and now it pleases the Lord. And I talk about honoring parents. Partly it means speaking well of them and being courteous to them. You don't sass your mama and you don't sass your daddy, and there's a price to pay if you do when you're a kid, but you don't do that when you get older either. Partly it means speaking well of them, but it also means acting in a way that shows them respect. Children are to obey their parents in the Lord when obedience to the parent is in agreement with the obedience to the Lord. Honoring parents means supporting them when they can no longer support themselves. It means following their teaching and example or putting God first. Parents have a special place in God's sight. And even those who find it difficult to get along with their parents are still obligated to honor them. John 19, verse 26 and 7, when Jesus saw his mother and the disciple whom he loved standing nearby, he said to his mother, "Woman, behold your son." He said to the disciple, "Behold your mother." And from that hour, the disciple took her into his own home. Here, Jesus wanted to take care of his mother even at his last moments. Jackie was very good about her own mother, and she was very good about my mother. There were many times, I think my mother in the end maybe loved Jackie more than she did me at times. The Proverbs of Solomon, 10 and verse 1, a wise son makes a glad father, but a foolish son is a sorrow to his mother. It was said about Esau that when he married the girls that he married that were idolatrous, and he married two of them, that it grieved his parents. And that can happen. Proverbs 15:20, a wise son makes a glad father, but a foolish man despises his mother. Proverbs 23:25 and 6, let your father and mother be glad. Let her who bore you rejoice. My son, give me your heart and let your eyes observe my ways. It's interesting, if you want to find a book on parenting, there is no better book than the book of Proverbs. The book of Proverbs was a daddy writing to his grown son. It's the kids just about your son's age, Daniel. That's the age. The book of Proverbs was written for how to raise a teenager. And there's a whole lot there that is of great value. And there's still no better book than the book that you can find that you've read since you were little. The Bible is still the best book ever written about everything that it ever talks about. Now, God has a pattern for parents. Fathers, don't provoke your children to anger, but bring them up in the discipline and the instruction of the Lord. That's how you raise them. Now, this is spoken to fathers. Of course, there are some families that don't have fathers, and so mothers have to kind of do that. And I'm thankful that the mothers Even though Timothy had a father who was a Greek, the mothers, Lois and grandmother Eunice, made Timothy the kind of man that he was. They learned Scripture from Mama and Grandma. That's where they got it. So they were able to fill in the things that the father was not able to do spiritually. And I think Paul could see that. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he's old, he'll not depart from it. Proverbs 3:11 and 12. My son, do not despise the Lord's discipline or be weary of his reproof, for the Lord reproves him whom he loves. That is, he disciplines him. He chastises him when he needs to. As a father, the son in whom he delights. You know, if you love someone, there is time that you'll say things that need to be said to you in a kind way, a loving way, but in a firm way. A good father has two characteristics which may seem opposite. One is that they are firm, and yet they are flexible. Firm and yet flexible. And that's a good father. That's what makes a good father. And it just seems to me that sometimes we miss that. There are times when a father has to be firm. There are times when he has to be firm with a child. And then there are other times when a father has to be able to listen to that child, to work with that child, to understand that that child is his own individual. All of those things come to pass. And that's an important aspect of parenting. The home is where God most desires his will to be practiced. God identifies as a father to his children. And we might say, in this house, and then I have a list there, but let me just back up a little bit about God as a father. If I read the prodigal son story in Luke 15, the father in that story is God and how he treats us. It may be a parable, but that parable is really about God and how he treats us. Even though we may mess up royally, we still have an opportunity to come back to him, and he will love us and help us. The other aspect of that is the fact that he is our Father. You can read the Old Testament, and there are only a handful of places in the Old Testament where God is called Father. Only a handful. But when you come to the New Testament, from the very beginning, Jesus talks about his Father, and he uses it in the phrase, our Father. Our Father. And I'm really thankful about that. I lost my father when I was 33 years old. Dad was 45 years older than me and died at the age of 78. But I was still very young, and my dad and I were very close in many ways. Dad grew up with many, many disadvantages. He only had an 8th grade education. He was a common worker, never made a lot of money. One time he had some money in the bank and it was stolen. Some people lied to him and made promises and stole his money. He nearly died from that experience. He just felt so defiled. Dad's father died when he was 12. His mother remarried, and the man that she remarried when he was 14 gave the older brother, his older brother, who was 16, $1, and gave him $1 and said goodbye. He was kicked out of the home. He had a very difficult life until he married my mother, and I don't think he ever found any happiness until he married my mother. He served in World War II and various other things. But Dad had a real rough upbringing. His mother was a very negative person who never gave him any encouragement to advance. In fact, every time he ever talked about trying to do better, to better himself, she would do everything she could to try to keep him from doing it. She wanted to be in control of his life, like he was still a little kid, and she very much discouraged him, and he had lots of difficulties. He ended up very well, worked for the federal government at Tinkerfield Air Force Base. See, I have ties. I had two brothers who retired from Tinkerfield as well, and I don't know how many aunts and uncles, maybe 4 or 5. And I think about all of that and the difficulties that he had, and how he overcame so many things. And I look at my dad, and I really missed him. And when he died, I had a very, very difficult. It was very difficult for me to lose my father. And I think probably it was the hardest experience that I had endured up to that time. The greatest heartache I'd had up to that time. And the one thing that maybe gave me comfort was, even though I didn't have an earthly father anymore, I had a heavenly father. And I said, "Phil, you foolish fella, you still have a father, and he is in heaven. And you can call upon him, and he will help you." And that's some of the things that I think probably needs to be remembered. But I wanted to talk about the father for a while, and just kind of share some of those experiences that he had and the difficulties he had. But let's go back. He says, in this house, we're on page 47. In this house, number one, we obey our Lord Jesus Christ. In this house, that is, in this family, we love, honor, and pray for one another. These are some basic things that husbands and wives and children need to know from the very beginning. In this house, we tell the truth. In this house, we consider one another's interests ahead of our own. In this house, we speak quietly and respectfully with one another. In this house, we do not hurt one another with unkind words or deeds. In this house, when someone needs correction, we correct him or her in love. The best kind of correction is the kind of correction that takes place, and when it's over, it's over. And when it is with an expression of love. When someone is sorry, we forgive. When someone is sad, we comfort. When someone is happy, we rejoice too. When we have something nice to share, we share it. When we have work to do, we do it without complaining. Yeah. In this house, we take good care of everything God has given us. In this house, we are courteous to each other. In this house, we are loyal and faithful to each other. Now, those are so basic and fundamental, these 15 things, about life and about how we treat one another. Everything that is said there could be said in this church. Because church is family. And for many people, the church family is their only family. I grew up in Oklahoma, but for 6.5 years, when our babies were being born, I lived in Mississippi. Yes, we get to go home maybe twice a year and see our parents, but the rest of the time, our family was what was in the church. I lived in Nashville, Tennessee. I was 12 hours away from my nearest relative, and Jackie was as well. We didn't have much family that we could see very often. And it was during that time, my father was gone, and Jackie's parents were both gone some of that time. Our family was our church family. And of course, we had our children at that time, and they were beginning to grow up, and we started having sons-in-law. But it was different. But your church family, for a lot of people, is the only family that some people ever had. Every Thanksgiving, we would say to the congregation, now we're going to have a dinner, and if you'd like to come to our house and eat with us, we would really be very grateful for you to come and have dinner with us. And there would always be one or two of the college-age students or people who had recently graduated that would not be allowed to go home at that particular point in time. Maybe they didn't have to work on Thanksgiving Day, but they could come and eat with us, and they could be with a family. And that was a good thing. Don't, this is what I was saying. 50% of all adults from 18 and older are single. They're not married. They're single. And this is an area that we need to be more and more sensitive about in helping people who do not have family to be able to have at least some time when they can share. There were people who always came to our house and to my wife's family during holidays because they didn't have any other family. They didn't have anybody else. Maybe they didn't share completely in the family, but they were there. And they ate what we ate. And we were together. And they were one of us. And we loved them. And there were gifts under the tree. And there were those kinds of things. These are things that are so valuable and so important. And I fear that in our culture right now, with so many people who are single, that there are an awful lot of people who are missing out. And this is an area for us to evangelize. There's a school of preaching, not to talk about family, but this is an area for us to really think about. There are four kinds of parents. There is the dominant parent. Now, dominant parents usually have a very high standards and expectations, and they produce the most negative qualities in their children. These parents frequently give their children rigid, unbending rules with little explanation. Rules are rules, and you are late, go to bed with no dinner. Sudden punishment for small infractions. Little discussion about infractions. These children grow up and they rank the lowest in self-respect. They have little ability to conform to rules or authority. They don't want to because that's been so drilled into them, and then they push against it. These are the ones that leave home, run away. The rigid harshness of the parent breaks the spirit of the child and results in resistance, withdrawal, or rebellion. Rejection of the parent's ideals. The child may be loud and demanding of his rights. He may be loud and disruptive in class in order to gain somebody to love him. Then there is the permissive parent. The permissive parent tends to be warm and supporting people, but weak in establishing and enforcing rules and limits for their children and for training the children. The big weakness of over-permissiveness is that it allows misbehavior with impunity. You know, they can do whatever they want to, and there's no price to pay. Well, okay, you can stay up late this time. I hate to see you under all this pressure from school. Why not rest tomorrow and I'll say you're sick? The parent says to the child, oh, please don't get angry with me. You're making a scene. Well, that child has learned he can get his way. And if he gets angry, he can get his way. Or the child might say, please hurry. Or she might say, please hurry so mommy won't be late. Because the child doesn't care whether mommy's late or not. The child has been told that he is so special that he should always get his way. Well, that's a bad situation. Now, when a child senses that he is in the driver's seat and can play the parent accordingly, what happens is that he develops a feeling of insecurity, like leaning against a wall that appears to be firm but falls over. You see, instead of gaining security, he loses security. A child may have little self-respect because he's not learned to control himself and master certain personal disciplines. A child learns that because standards are not firm, he can manipulate the rules. And that is not a good thing. I tell you, it is a dysfunctional home. A dysfunctional home when a little old child rules the roost of that home. And everything the parents do is for that child. And that child is king, queen, whatever it is. No, that's a dysfunctional home. A functional home is when the father is a father and a mother is a mother and a child is still a child. That's a functional home. Sometimes there is the neglectful parent. The neglectful parents tend to lack both loving support and control over their children. They show an uncaring and immature attitude, lashing out at a child when pushed or irritated. Children are viewed as a bother, and there may be an excessive use of babysitters. They rob their children of one of the most important factors in their lives, that is emotional accessibility. They're not accessible. They don't pay attention to their children. Now, there's a lot of reasons why you might have child neglect, divorce, parents working long hours, excessive television or internet, the increase in mobility where there's lots of moving. You've got a parent that might say to the child, work it out yourself. Can't you see I'm busy? No, I can't. Get your mother or father to help you. Sometimes it's the mother who's inaccessible. Or stay out of my hair, get lost. Yeah, there are parents who say that. Now, harshness and neglect wound the spirit, and this results in rebellion. Neglect teaches the child that he is not worth spending time with. The child develops insecurity because his parents are not predictable. They may give them gifts in order to try to make up for their lack of attention, and then be harsh with them when they're around them. Broken promises lead to broken spirits and low self-worth. The neglected child has a harder time learning to control himself because no parent controls him. He tends to do poorly in school because he has little motivation. These are some types of parents that really are doing a poor job. And the poor little child is the one who pays the price. When I was a little younger, I would take counseling courses, and one of the courses I took was in systemic. That a lot of things are systemic, and mom and dad bring this child in, and they talk about the child, and the child won't obey, and the child won't do this, and the child won't do that, and on and on and on. And they talk to the counselor, and it's all the child. And the counselor knows from the description that the parents give that the problem is not the child. The problem is the parents. They don't know how to control their child. They don't know how to love their child in a way to bring out the best in the children. When you have a mama and a daddy that are not what they should be, you can be sure that you will have a child, unless he's exceptional or she's exceptional, to be what they're going to be. Sometimes the child does well to beat all the odds. But in systemic counseling, what you begin to do is try to find out, okay, what about mama and daddy? And you may even ask some questions about what about grandma? What about grandpa on both sides? Sometimes a decision that was made 50 years ago and a way of dealing with a problem 50 years ago that comes down to mom and daddy shapes how mom and daddy treat the little child. That decision way back there can create an imbalance, either too harsh or too permissive, that leads to the problem with this little child. That systemic way of looking at things is very vital. So one of the things that you have to kind of do sometimes is ask some questions. But I've known more than a few times where someone says, "Oh, this child," and they talk about the problems that the child has, never thinking about the fact that maybe the problems that this child has been because of the way the parents have treated the child. I don't want to blame all misbehavior of a child in family. Misbehavior is misbehavior. And especially when a child gets old enough to be at the age of accountability, they're accountable for what they do. But it is helpful at times for people to see what caused the problem and to be able to deal with that. The best parents, male and female, are loving but firm. I would say the same thing is true about a teacher in a classroom. You get a teacher in a classroom who's both loving and firm. They mean what they say, but they care about the students. And you'll learn more under that teacher than you will the one that's real permissive or the one that's just real firm that doesn't care about students anymore, just trying to do their job. The loving but firm parent is the one who is the most successful in bringing up good and responsible children. Now, loving and firm parents usually have clearly defined rules, limits, and standards for living. These protect children. They're not a bad thing. Rules are not a bad thing. Our culture doesn't like rules, but rules are what give us our identity. Rules are what provide us our fences and security. Rules are not bad things. Now, you can overdo rules, and you can make up rules that aren't needed. But the real rules that we're talking about, some of the things that we've talked about on the page or two before, these are good rules. When you have these limits and standards for how to live, they take time to train their children to understand these limits. They give clear warnings when a child has transgressed an established limit. But they also give support by expressing physical affection and spending personal time listening to each child. The loving and firm parent is a healthy and balanced combination of the dominant and the permissive. There are times when, yes, they're firm, and then there are times when, yes, they're loving. They have both traits in some ways. Okay, you're late for dinner. How are we going to work this out together? They don't let them get by with it. But they don't send them to bed without eating either. I wished I could let you stay up, but we agreed on this time. Remember what you were like the last time you stayed up? I'll help you this time, and then let's figure out how you can get it done by yourself next time. You say everyone will be there? Well, I'd like more information first. Everyone is pretty vague, isn't it? You may answer the phone, but first you must learn to answer it the right way. And you know what? It's a good thing to teach a child how to answer a phone when a child gets old enough to do that. You see, warm support is clearly defined limits, and that tends to build self-respect within the child. A child is more content when he has learned to control himself. His world is more secure when he realizes that there are limits which are unbending, and he understands why. And he knows that those limits are given to him because mom and daddy love him. When the spirit of a child is not closed, the lines of communication are open with parents, and there is less chance of rebellion. Children with firm and loving parents rank highest in self-respect, in the ability to conform to authority, and in greater interest in their parents' faith in God. They also probably do better at school. They probably also do better in life. They probably also even do better in sports. They are people that you can get along with, and they are good citizens. Okay, we've gone for a good little while. We'll stop here. And in this next hour, we'll talk about the 7 things that children need. This is from a book written by John Drescher. And that's the title of the book. And so that's what we'll do. So let's stop at this point, and we'll. Okay, we're going to be looking on page 49 at 7 things that children need. And this is somewhat a little bit like what we talked about when we talked about the needs of husbands and wives. Now we're going to talk about children, whether male or female. It would not matter. These are things that are really needed. And frankly, these are things that are needed by people of every age. Every age. Number one is significance. Significance. It was Joe Coudert who said, when someone is deprived of his self-esteem, he is deprived of the one thing that makes a person worth loving. For one own's benefit, if for no other reason, the effort should be to build self-esteem in the other, to confirm rather than to assault it. This is achieved not by flattery, but by generous de-emphasis of his weaknesses, by speaking of his good points, and as rarely as possible about his bad ones. That's part of it. You when something's good, you say it. You say it, and say it in front of other people. I tell you what, if a man wants to build self-esteem in his wife, let him brag on her in front of other people. And he should. He should. And they may think they're being silly, but the wife notices, the husband notices, and that matters. That matters. There are 3 false assumptions. Number one, the parent-child relationship should take priority over the husband-wife relationship. That's a false assumption. When a parent loves his child more than his spouse, both the child and the marriage are in danger. Yeah. The best thing a husband and wife can do for their child is to love each other. That is very, very important. It's a false assumption when the child thinks that he rightfully deserves to be the center of attention at all times and in all ways. That's not a good thing. Or it's a bad assumption when the child should be pushed rapidly into more mature roles than he's ready for or she's ready for. Unfortunately, that happens at times, but it's not the best thing for a child. Let the child learn when the child's ready to learn and able to learn those things. And there are stages of life when children are ready for those kinds of things. When the kids got old enough to go to school, maybe a little beyond that, Jackie gave every one of our children their night. Now, when it was your night, you got to select the menu. You cooked the meal. Of course, this was all under the supervision of Jackie, who was a home ec major. You selected the menu. You cooked the meal. You set the table. And whenever the meal was over, you would also you'd take and put the dishes back in the kitchen. And it was your night. And they had to do all of the things just like a mother would do. Well, from the time our girls were very little, they were choosing menus, they were cooking food, they were setting the table, and Jackie said, "You're going to set the table right. The knife had to be just right, the fork had to be right, the spoon had to be with the knife and the fork on the left, and the napkin was there, the plate was there." It was all of those things, and from the time they were little. Now, we did one more thing, and whatever you think about this, just remember that I had children that were girls. But on their night, not only did they do all of that up to a certain point in time, they also led the prayer at the table. Now, why? Well, I wanted to teach them how to lead a prayer. Girls need to know how to lead a prayer just like boys do. No, they're not going to do it at church. No, they're not going to do it when other men are present. And when they got up to a certain point, they said, Daddy, we think we know how to lead a prayer. And from that point on, I led all the prayers. And but I wanted them not to be ashamed or afraid to be able to do that when it was appropriate for them to do it. They also were taught when it was appropriate and when it was not. But I had a responsibility to spiritually train my children. And one of the ways that they would be spiritually trained would be they had their obligation to do those things. And I think those were valuable things. Now, if children are told often enough that they will never amount to anything, they'll begin to believe it. Self-worth arises largely out of a deep sense of, I am loved. I am loved. I am valued. And I am liked just as I am. The expression of this love needs to come from both father and mother. And if one does and the other doesn't, it really creates a problem for this child. And so help your child to like himself. That's a part of it. How to build a sense of significance in your child. Number one, your attitude as a parent toward yourself is basic and will reflect how your child sees himself. If you have a low self-esteem, if you don't think you're valued and you're worth anything, neither will your child think they're worth anything, because they're going to get their sense of worth from you. Let your child help around the home so that he can feel like he has a sense of usefulness, that he's not just there. He's not a lamp and a piece of furniture. He has a purpose. And introduce your child by name to others. Let your children speak for themselves whenever you're having a conversation. The child that's always told to hush at the dinner table is the child who will have the lowest self-esteem. If a child is always told to hush and is never allowed to speak, that child, after a while, does not feel valued. Now, sometimes children do things that are irritating and beyond this and that, but you want to be careful. You want to be careful that every child, even at the dinner table when the family's gathered together, is given a place to speak. And if the child is always told to hush and never allowed to say anything, that child will then begin to think, well, I'm not valued. I'm not valued. Now, we're not talking about an arrogance. We're talking about they don't feel valuable at all. They need to have some value. Whenever it's possible, give your child the privilege of choice and respect their opinion. Spend time with your child. Trust your child occasionally with things which surprise the child. Let them go on things with you. It's a good thing to take a child if you're going to visit somebody. A lot of older folks don't get to see many children. If you go see some older folks, take a child with you. It'll be good for the child and good for the older folks. You may think not, but it will be. And they'll pay more attention to the child than they will to you. Security, number 2. Charles Kingsley said that over-possessive and over-permissive parents build insecurity into the life of their children. Love that possesses, said Peter Bertok, I guess it's Bertocci, is love that destroys more than it creates. You have to let the child grow. And you don't want to possess it, to dominate it so that the child is never allowed to develop. The child needs a context to develop into a person, a strong selfhood, useful and true. When a parent is too possessive, the child's personality is dwarfed as surely as a seedling which springs up too close to a full-grown tree. The over-possessive parent loves the child primarily for what the child does for the parent, and that is hurtful and selfish love. On the other hand, The over-permissive parent who furnishes no clear restrictions or walls will rear a child who feels ill at ease. Though rules should be few, yet those few rules consistently help build stability. There are two freedoms. The false, where one is free to do what he likes, and the true, where he is free to do what is right. The freedom we have in Christ is to do what is right. And that's not the same as free to do whatever we want. We do what is right. And we're free to do that. And you know what? The things that are right are the things that bring the most blessing and the most joy. Sometimes doing what you like isn't as joyful as you think it's going to be. It doesn't do everything you think it's going to promise. Conditions that create insecurity, parental conflict. If you're going to fuss, don't fuss in front of the child. That's not the place. Mobility, never having the same place to live, a lack of proper discipline, inconsistent, over-permissive behavior followed by harsh over-strictness, no clear boundaries, neglect. All of those lack of discipline, the proper discipline that is firm and yet loving. Absence, parental absence. I am so sorry. Somebody is trying to get a hold of me, and I don't know who it is. I think probably I had a dear friend who died the other night, and I'm thinking they're trying to get a hold of him. I'll into that later. Sometimes you have insecurity whenever you have the absence of parents, where the parents are not around, where you have continual criticism, when you're regarded as maybe a thing rather than a person. You know, kids can tell when they're loved and when they're not, when they're valued and when they're not. And when you have insecure parents, if the parents are insecure, then the child has no place to go for security. So you have conditions that build security. Well, when you have security between father and mother, when they love each other, the best blessing you can give a child is for mama and daddy to love each other and to be committed to each other. When you have a rich and continuing love for parents, of the parents for the child, when you have family togetherness, when there is time when the whole family is gathered together, when there is a regular routine. You know, people like routines. Little children especially like routine. They don't like change. You know, we may think the old folks don't like change. Well, young folks don't like change. Everybody likes routine. Proper discipline. That's that balance of firmness and love we've talked about. Hugging your child. A child needs to be hugged, needs to be held, needs to be cared for. That affection that is necessary for mamas and daddies is necessary for children too. They need that affection. We're not talking about something sexual. We're talking about the need to touch, the need to hold hands. Then those things are important. I have a 15-year-old grandson, and I'm telling you the truth, that my 15-year-old grandson never sees me, nor ever leaves me, that he does not give me a hug. And he's 15. He's a big boy, nearly as big as I am. I love my grandson. Make no mistake about it. He's the only boy that I have. I have 16 people that are blood kin to me among my children. I had 4 daughters, no boys. I have 12 grandchildren. 11 of the 12 grandchildren are girls. I have 1 boy, and he is the apple of my eye. And I can't deny it. I love all my grandchildren, but he's very special. He's very special. That is so important to have that sense of belonging, that sense of love, that sense of you belong to me and I belong to you. And that's what a hug does. We have a friendship. There's a kinship there. Number 3 is acceptance. Parents sometimes convey the idea to their children that they're accepted only when they succeed, but are unaccepted when they fail. Well, who hasn't failed at something at some point in their lives? We all have. We love when they do good, and we love, and sometimes maybe need to love a little more when they mess up or when they haven't done as well as they wanted to do. Now, acceptance provides a healthy soil for growth and self-confidence. Belittling children, or sometimes accepting them and other times depreciating them, causes children to see themselves with a mixture of respect and scorn. I heard one granddaddy say to his grandson in the ball game, he said, "Well, I want you to be a hero, not a zero." I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. I thought that was a terrible thing to say to a child. Oh, it might have sounded good, but the children who come in second and third and fourth are not zeros. And just because you lose a ball game doesn't mean you're a zero. Just because you don't hit a home run doesn't mean you're a zero. I don't want a child's identity and self-respect to be based on one event in his life. All of us are good at some things and terrible at others. Everybody. Everybody. I can't hit a basketball hoop to save my soul. I'm no good at it. And the older I get, the worse I get. And I wasn't all that good when I was young. I'll never be 7 foot tall. I'll never be big enough to play football. I'll never be able to do a whole lot of things. But that doesn't make me a zero. Being a zero means I'm not worth anything. I'm a nobody, a nothing. I just don't like that attitude at all. And we need to have a situation where even in those times when we maybe are not the best in the world, that we still have some self-respect for the things that we've accomplished. Now, children who do not feel accepted by parents become vulnerable to destructive group pressure. Such children fight for acceptance from others. They're also likely to feel that God hates them. See, how you're treated by your parents and by your peers reflects also how you see God to many people. A part of evangelism is helping people to see that God values them even if nobody else does. That is a very important thing. That's an important point. Whenever children feel a lack of acceptance, it's usually because of constantly criticizing children, and that creates feelings of failure and rejection and inadequacy. Comparing children with others unfavorably conveys a lack of acceptance. A guy is a dummy if he compares his wife with somebody else in a negative way. And a parent is a dummy if he or she compares a child unfavorably with somebody else. You don't do that. You just don't do that. Expecting children to achieve their parents' unfulfilled dreams causes them to feel unaccepted. Well, that child may be different than you. And the things that you think are so important may not be what's important to the children. And, there have been a lot of daddies who had sons and they thought the son ought to follow in his footsteps. Well, that would be a wonderful thing. And sometimes it happens, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes what's in the son is not what's in the father. And you know what? That doesn't mean that the child is a failure. It just means the child has a different way of looking at life and has different abilities. Sometimes children feel like they have not been accepted when you overprotect children. And that can often lead to feelings of unacceptance, like they can't mature. If you overprotect the child's not able to ever apply himself or herself. or expecting too much of children too young builds feelings of unacceptance. Look, you don't give a car to a 6-year-old. You don't. Why? Because that kid can't even reach the pedals yet. You don't expect a 12-year-old to act like an 18-year-old. You let them live up to their ability according to their age. Things that build a sense of acceptance, recognizing children as unique. And one of the things I was trying to say last hour about my 4 children and how disciplining them is something that has to be done different. But my children are different from each other. They are not alike. And the most different of my 4 children are the twins. One of them is by the book, and the other is a storyteller. Both of them very successful in their own fields. My daughter Kara is the fine arts director at Oklahoma Christian Academy. She has a master's degree in storytelling. And she is a wonderful teacher. Last year, she won Teacher of the Year award for her school. She's looked at as an administrator because of being a director. She's very successful. The other twin sister is a critical care nurse practitioner. And she has a master's degree from Vanderbilt. She's worked at many fine universities. She was working the critical care unit during all the pandemic. She was the one in charge of all the RNs at night in the whole ward. She dealt with all kinds of things. Both of those children are as different as night and day, and they love each other. They call each other, you are my womb mate. My womb mate. And then my older daughter is a whole lot like me, and my younger daughter is a whole different story. She is the free spirit in the family. And so, all of them are different. And we have to work toward those differences and help them to see that they are valued and loved and appreciated. Helping children to find satisfaction in their achievements. Letting children know that you love them, that you want them, that you really enjoy them. Maintaining an honest, genuine relationship with all of your children. Confessing your own limitations and lack of perfection as you encourage them to do their best. Anybody who loves what they do wishes they could reproduce themselves in others. That is, at least lead them to do some things. And we all have our limitations, but we want our children really to do better than we have done. And to accomplish things far beyond what we have accomplished. We do not push them, but we're going to do what we can to enable them. Listening to children, really listening to them. And we talked about listening in the former section with husbands and wives, and I've talked a lot about that. Listening is so important. Treating children as persons of worth, practicing common courtesy toward them. Yeah, we need to be courteous to our kids. We need to say please and thank you at times. If we want them to say please and thank you, we need to say please and thank you to them at times. Allowing children to grow and to develop in their own unique way. Number 4, they need to love and to be loved. Children don't know how their parents love them, really. They never understand how much their parents love them. And they will never know till the grave closes over those parents or till they have children of their own what it means to be a parent. Victor Hugo said that the supreme happiness of life is in the conviction that we are loved. Renee Spitz said, emotional starvation is as dangerous as physical starvation. It's slower, but just as effective. Without emotional satisfaction, children die. They need to know that they are loved. Some things to know about love. Number 1, love is a learned response. You have to learn how to love a child, just like you have to learn to love your spouse. Love between parents affects their children's ability to love. They have to see it. Love must be spoken because nobody is a mind reader. You know, Jesus asked Peter 3 times if he loved him. Jesus knew everything. But you know what? It was good for Peter and it was good for Jesus to hear Peter say, yes, I love you. And it's good for children, for mamas and daddies to say to them, yes, I love you. It's good for husbands and wives to say that. It's good for elders to say to congregations, I love you. It's good for preachers to tell the congregation that he loves them and show them. It's good to say that you love. Love must be spoken because nobody is a mind reader. Love calls for action to meet real felt needs. When people have a real need, it's important to meet that need. Love involves trust. Love requires a willingness to listen. Love means sharing experiences. Love builds open and comfortable relationships. Love recognizes persons as more important than things. More important than things. If you value your things more than you value members of your family, step back and think about it. Parents sometimes say, well, I've struggled hard all my life. I'm going to make it easier for my child. But sometimes parents can destroy the very outcome they desire. They want to let the child know they love deeply, but they rob the child of their time while they work hard to provide the things they think will make the child happy. If the child feels that things have become more important than they are, then the good intentions of such parents cannot be doubted, but the end result is tragic. You know, a daddy may love his children and want to provide the very best for them, but the best that he can do is to give himself to those children too. Yes, do your best to provide, but provide the love that those children need. Number 5, praise. It was yes, I think that's how that's pronounced. It says, in praising a child, we love and praise not that which is, but that which we hope for. You know, there is God who loves us not only for what we are, but for what He conceived that we will become. You know, if you only see what is, and you do not think about what someone can become. I'll talk more about becomings tomorrow during class. But it's been so interesting to me that so many times we only look at the present and we forget what somebody can become. And what we're building for is not just the person that is, as they are growing and as they are maturing, what they can become and what they will eventually do. And all of that is so important in things and helping them. It was a lady named Seneca tells about how Cornelia presented her sons to a lady who had been displaying her jewels and asking Cornelia about hers. And Cornelia kept her talking until her children came home from school. And she said, and these, she said, are my jewels. Yeah. These are my jewels. Christian Bovee said, words of praise indeed are almost as necessary to warm a child into congenial life as acts of kindness and affection. Judicious praise is to children what the sun is to flowers. Oscar Wilde said, it is a great mistake for men to give up paying compliments. When they give up saying what is charming, they give up thinking what is charming. Now, this is one of those times I mentioned to you when somebody needs an editor. Now, did you see how I left the word out of that sentence? And I noticed that 2 or 3 times. Okay, write the word give in there, and whenever I go into this, I'll do better. Everybody needs an editor. Then there is wisdom in praising. Praise children's performance, not their personality. When they do something good, let them know they've done good. Well done. Well done. Praise what children are responsible for rather than what they cannot help. Yeah, praise that. Recognize that praise is especially needed from people who are important to a child. And I like to praise in front of other people. Praise sincerely. Praise children for what they do on their own initiative. The sooner praise comes, the better. Let me tell you, a 3 or 4 year old, we think about things like potty training and all of these other little things about running and I can turn a flip, all these kind of things. They may be little to you, they're not little to that child. Praise what a little child can do and praise them for their accomplishments when they're able to do something. When a child can say their ABCs, praise them for it. When they have learned their multiplication tables, praise them for it. When they can count to 100, praise them for it. Praise them early in life so that they feel like they have accomplished something and have the approval and love and appreciation of their parents for what they've achieved. Now, again, praise them for what they achieved. And that helps them to want to achieve more and helps them to have a good, healthy sense that they can achieve. If they were able to do this, maybe that gives them the confidence they can do something else down the way. And that's important. Parents' attitudes are just as important as their words in giving encouragement. We talked about that mixed message where, your attitude, your tone of voice matches what you say, and your body language matches what you say. For those of you who were not here yesterday, we talked about, the parent that makes the two children who've been fighting with each other to say, I'm sorry. And, one of them says, I'm sorry. They say it because they're made to. You don't think it's real, but they were made to, and so they just satisfy whatever is required of them. Well, when you have that kind of a praise and that mixed message, it really doesn't do much good. In the child system. Oh yeah, fine, you did good. Oh boy, that should make a child really feel wealthy. I mean, wealthy inside, like they have really been valued. Proverbs 6:23, discipline. For the commandment is a lamp, and the teaching is light. And reproofs for discipline are the way of life. That's a pretty strong statement. Ephesians 6:1-4, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise, so that it may be well with you, and that you may live long on the earth. A quotation from Exodus 20. Fathers, do not provoke your children to anger, but bring them up in the discipline and the instruction of the Lord. Discipline is not the same thing as punishment. Punishment is given as a consequence to wrongdoing. Discipline may involve some forms of light punishment, but the whole point is to improve the person, to get the person's attention to what's going on, not to make the child feel like they're unworthy of anything. Discipline is good for a child, and God disciplines us, according to Hebrews chapter 5. Colossians 3:21, children, be obedient to your parents in all things, for this is well-pleasing to the Lord. Fathers, do not exasperate your children so that they will not lose heart. Sometimes you can be so hard on a child, and they think, I can never please my dad. I can never please my mother. I can never please anybody. I talked about that last night, about the woman who could never please her mother. And the last thing I heard about her is she had committed suicide. This was a woman, member of the church. And even in her adulthood, it didn't matter what the daughter did, it was the wrong thing. She went over there and helped her mother to hang some curtains. And rather than the mother ever being appreciated, all she could do was criticize. And this woman felt useless, unworthy. And ultimately, she took her own life because she thought she had nothing to offer. Hebrews 12, verse 5, my son, do not regard lightly the discipline of the Lord, nor faint when you are reproved by him. For those whom the Lord loves, he disciplines, and he scourges every son whom he receives. And he says, it is for discipline that you endure. God deals with you as with sons. For what son is there whom his father does not discipline? But if you're without discipline, of which all have become partakers, then you are illegitimate children and not sons. Furthermore, we had earthly fathers to discipline us, and we respected them. Shall we not much rather be subject to the Father of spirits and live? Yes, God is the Father of your spirit, by the way. For they disciplined us for a short time, as seemed best to them, but he disciplines us for our good, so that we may share his holiness. All discipline for the moment seems not to be joyful, but sorrowful. Yet to those who have been trained by it, afterwards it yields the peaceful fruit of righteousness. Now, Leonard Gross said, a child with unlimited freedom gets frightened. He suspects he isn't loved. Why doesn't my mother and father love me enough to guide me? Discipline is guidance, and it's important. Now, discipline is usually defined as punishment to bring about obedience. Discipline, however, involves the total molding of the child's character through encouraging good behavior and correcting unacceptable behavior. Punishment is the part of discipline which provides a short-term, temporary deterrent. Punishing bad behavior does not automatically produce good behavior. Discipline includes also the responsibility of the parent to draw out, encourage, and build good behavior to take the place of the bad. You're wanting to help them transform. That's what Jesus does for us. Grace means we leave off the bad and we take on the good. That's what grace is given to us for. Titus chapter 2, verses 11 to 14. And in the same way, the parent loves the child. Yes, they're hard on the child at times, but it's to bring out the best in the child. Punishment by itself doesn't always work. You have to also encourage and build that good behavior. Discipline includes both nurture and restriction, two necessary elements. Parents should ask, what is the ultimate goal that we're working toward in training our children? I think that's important. And so there are three means of discipline. Number one is regulation. Demands need to be made clear and understandable. A child will respect a parent who sets rules. Imitation. Small children respond to persons around them and imitate them. The kind of person a child becomes depends upon the kind of adults the child has loved and admired. A child's sense of right and wrong depends upon the emotional ties which exist between the child and the parent. Discipline involves, next page, 53, inspiration. If the parents are happy with each other, the overflow of the contentment leads to good behavior in the children. Dobson had 5 principles of good discipline. Number one, child discipline is to develop respect for the parent. If a child doesn't respect the parent, they won't respect any authority. Number 2, communication often improves after punishment. Number 3, control without nagging. Number 4, do not saturate the child with excessive materialism. Man, there's some kids that they got more toys, and I'm talking about expensive electronic toys, than I do, than most adults do. Goodness. Number 5, avoid extremes in control and love. Those are 5 principles. And number 7, children need God. Plutarch said no man ever wetted clay and then left it, as if there would be bricks by chance in fortune. No, he shaped and molded it. He worked it. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain. Psalm 127. Parents should be teachers of God's will and God's way. God said of Abram, I think this is a great, great statement. Genesis 18, verse 19. Here is the reason why God chose Abram or Abraham rather than all of the other people who were alive at that time. He says, for I have chosen him so that he may command his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing righteousness and justice, so that the Lord may bring upon Abraham what he has spoken about him. All of those promises that God made to Abraham and the covenant. You and I are children of Abraham. We're children of God. Galatians 3:26-28. But one of the things that Abraham did was that he taught his children. Parents cannot lead their children where they are not going. I don't know what else to say about that. Parents cannot lead their children where they are not going. Now, the Bible puts the responsibility for spiritually training children squarely and emphatically on the parents, not ministers or teachers or schools. Jackie and I always assumed that the spiritual training of our children was first and foremost our responsibility. I'm going to get on my hobby horse now for just a little bit. It is amazing that we can spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy curriculum and do all of these things with our kids in the churches. And we don't spend $100 a year on educating mamas and daddies in how to spiritually train their children. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said? What we need to be doing is having classes with mamas and daddies in how to spiritually train children. Now, this is the home of Lads to Leaders. One of the things I liked about that was that it got churches involved in spiritually training children. And there are some things that you need a little help with. But in many cases, it's the mamas and daddies who are working with the children, and Lads to Leaders gives the tools to do that. And I don't know of any other group that does so well. I'm on that board, have been now for the last 6-7 years. And I believe in it. And I support it. But what I do want to say to all of you is that if you want to make a difference in churches, then train mamas and daddies in how to spiritually train their children and to do things at home, and not just depend upon the Bible class teachers and the youth ministers and later on the colleges. Colleges cannot make up for what mama and daddy didn't do when that kid was at home, unless the kid himself decides he wants to learn those things. Sometimes he does. Many times he does. Okay, I've done gone with preaching. But I just think that it's so important. The Bible clearly teaches that the parents' instruction should be constant and continuous from the very beginning. The average child asks 500,000 questions by age 15. These are 500,000 opportunities to teach. Train up a child the way he should go. When he's old, he'll not depart from it. This proverb is a general teaching referring to the way of life, and how it usually is. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. We're going to stop. We'll start again at 15 after, and we will go to noon, and then we'll take our lunch. we're going to look at kind of a group of different things here that are just kind of points that we'll move from thing to thing. The first one on the need of fathers. Then we're going to be looking a little bit of time before about the role of children in the home. And then I want us to talk about raising faithful children. And maybe, I don't know how far we'll get before lunchtime, but we'll try to move as fast as we can so we can get through this material. There is, of course, a great need for fathers. Marriage also appears to contribute to fathers' relationships with mothers. You know, when mom and dad don't have a good relationship, sometimes people want to resist getting married. And overall family stability, married fathers, and the relationship quality. In urban America, marital status is strongly correlated with the relationship quality for both fathers and mothers. Married fathers and mothers reported, on average, better relationship quality and greater support from their parents, from their partners, than in unmarried fathers and mothers. Marriage and fathers' mental health, it really matters. In a study that focused on the mental health of urban fathers, those who had always been married to the mothers of their children reported, on average, higher levels of self-rated health and psychological well-being compared to fathers who remained single or in cohabiting relationships through the first 5 years of fatherhood. It does make a difference whether daddy is married to mama. And those things happen. You've got a better relationship, and that's a better example for the kids. And the fathers are happier, and they're more well-adjusted. Married fathers and family stability. Young children experience the most family stability when they were born to mothers who were married to their fathers. In a study that examined urban families by age 3, more than 1 in 2 children born to parents who were in cohabiting relationships had experienced parental breakups. In contrast, only 1 in 10 children born to married mothers and fathers experienced parental divorces. So cohabiting ends pretty quick. Accounting for a host of family and parental background factors, the risk of family breakup by the time a child turned 3 was more than 2.5 times greater for children born to cohabiting parents at the time of their birth relative to those born to married fathers and mothers. Research also suggests that fathers' involvement and presence are crucial to their children's schooling outcomes throughout their childhood. It's really, really important to how well the children do in school. You have the situation where fathers' supportive parenting and young children's cognitive outcomes. How much do they learn? How much do they know? In a study that focused on a sample of diverse, low-income families with the fathers present in the home, fathers' interaction with their 2-year-olds was correlated with the children's social and cognitive development at that age, as well as a year later. 2-year-olds whose fathers accurately perceived their signals and responded appropriately, that is, whenever the child needed something, displayed love, respect, and admiration for them, that is, the fathers. They taught them, they actively tried to expand their knowledge and abilities, demonstrated higher cognitive and social skills than did peers whose fathers were not as strong on these parenting dimensions. 1 year later, the children who received more sensitive, positive, and stimulation parenting from their fathers continued on average to display higher cognitive and social skills, as well as verbal ability. This association between young children's outcomes and fathers' parenting accounted for the quality of mothers' parenting, significant demographic characteristics, all of these things. Yes, it does better when daddy's involved in the lives of their kids from the time that they're very young. That's to break through all of this legalese that I don't much care for. Number 3, parental supportiveness in young children's language and math skills. In a study that focused on a sample of diverse low-income families that participated in the Head Start programs, 5-year-olds who received supportive parenting from both mothers and fathers had in general the highest average scores on language and math tests compared to peers of just moms or just dads who demonstrated supportive parenting, as well as those who had neither supportive mothers nor supportive fathers. It appeared that children benefited the most when both parents were sensitive to their signals. That is, they kept up with the child. They knew what the child needed and held them in loving and positive regard and provided stimulating interaction. And the kids that have the best verbal skills are the ones that mom and daddy read to when they're little. That's what this says. You read to your children when they're little and they'll have better verbal skills. My grandson, Jonah, could at the age of 4 name every John Deere implement in the child's catalog, toy catalog. He knew what all of them were at age 4, and he pronounced them right. I remember we were riding down the road, and I said, Jonah, look, there's a cement truck. And he said, no, Papa, that's a cement loader. Well, that was the John Deere implement. But he knew the implement. And it's because his father looked at it and described each one of them to him. His father read to him. His mother read to him. And his verbal skills were very high. And what was true with Jonah was also true of Caroline, Sadie, and little Rosalie. They all had high verbal skills before they reached the age of 6 because Mama and Daddy and Grandma and Grandpa took time to read to them, took time to spend time with them, and it really made them do well. I don't know how they did on math, but they did very high, always scored very high in verbal skills. More like a 2nd or 3rd grader rather than a 1st grader when it came to knowing the definition of words and a vocabulary. Fathers parenting and children's school readiness. Now, what that study says is that whenever dad gets involved in the lives of kids and helps them, and he's there listening to them and reading to them, that child is going to be readier for school. Is that a word, readier? More ready for school. Maybe I need a daddy who read it. More ready for school than they would have been if the daddy had not been involved. Now, my whole point, and the whole point of all of this study is involvement matters. And the first thing that any teacher will ever tell parents is parents, be involved in the education and development of your children. And there's a reason for it. I can look back over the years, whether I was in a small town or I actually preached in a rural community. There was no town there, but there was a school system there. And when the time came for the valedictorian and salutatorian of that school, they were both members of the church. Why? Because Mama and Daddy were there supporting those children and helped them. They had gotten a good foundation for them so that they were able to make good decisions and were able to do those kinds of things. Let me tell you something. Now, the reason why I've talked about daddy in this is that we live in a world in which daddies are often absent, or in other worlds where an awful lot of times daddies are not needed and sometimes not even wanted. Those kinds of things take place. There is an almost situation where, well, we can live, we don't have to have a man in the home. We don't have to have a male in the home. We can manage without it. Among some people, but that child needs a daddy just like it needs a mother. And whenever you only have one and the other is not there, it hurts. They need a male role model, and they need a female role model. And that's really important. Time with dad and the adolescent well-being. Analyzing a sample of middle-class dual earner families, a 2013 study found that on average, adolescents who spent time with fathers doing leisure activities, went fishing, went to the ball game, they played games together, they talked, they visited friends, they engaged in outdoors or athletic activities. They reported being more engaged in and enjoying the activities than others. Eating meals just with fathers was also associated with adolescents being more engaged in the activities. The two of them just going out and eating together, feeling less angry, irritated, and frustrated. There is no substitute for daddies spending time with their children. A daddy who spends time with his child is investing in the child, and the child becomes the better for it. Fathers present in adolescent schooling outcomes. The same thing is true. When you have mamas and daddies who spend time with their children, especially the fathers, what you have is a kid that's going to make better grades. Why? Because he has a better foundation and a security. And he works a little harder. When mom and dad emphasize the need for them to study, they study. But mom and dad are there for them and are friends to them. That discipline is important. They need to have that discipline to do the study, to be the kind of child that every family would love to have. When that takes place, everybody benefits. The father's religious involvement and relationship quality. When mamas and daddies are involved in church, really involved in church, the chances of the children being involved in church are much higher. If daddy isn't involved at church, then the kid won't be as involved as much. When mama and daddy are not involved at church, the kid may go, but he's not going to get as involved as he would be if the parents were involved. And I have seen whenever parents make compromises in attendance, compromises in morality, compromises in activity, then what do you have? You have children who do not think that religion is that important. And many times children will quit altogether. One generation does affect the next generation. And if you have one generation that compromises, you can read this as you read through the Kings. You know, daddy did pretty good, but he wouldn't tear down the trees. Well, what happens the next? The son worships under every green tree. You can read that about Ahaz, 2 Kings 16, 15 and 16. You can see those things. When parents compromise, children don't feel like there are any rules that really matter. And so you have that kind of a problem. When parents are not so dominantly overly strict to the point that they drive their kids away, but are involved with great love and with great passion, and they teach their children to have that, then the children have the best chance of growing to love the Lord and loving the truth. And that's what's very, very important. But anyway, I wanted to spend a little bit of time pressing the need for a father. Because sometimes they're just kind of put to the side. Daddy doesn't matter. Well, yes, daddy doesn't. He matters in the raising of that child. Let's think about the role of children in the home. In Ephesians 6:1, the Holy Spirit speaks to the children. Children, he says, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. There is such a thing as right, and the opposite of right is wrong. And the Holy Spirit seems to have no fear of destroying the self-esteem of the youth by discussing this idea of right and wrong. You know, you don't destroy the self-esteem of a child when you say there's right and wrong. The self-esteem of a child is built when they do what is right and they know it's the right thing to do and they have done it. That's when their self-esteem goes up. There were lots and lots of books that were written back in the 70s and 80s about self-esteem in children. And one of the things that was so interesting to me is there was one particular one that talked about children, and it talked about how the children looked and how smart they were, how athletic they were, all of those kinds of factors. But one thing, it was about children's self-esteem, but the one thing they never mentioned in the book was, does the child do right and not wrong? Are they living a moral life or not living a moral life? Okay. Let's look at the prodigal son for a moment. And the prodigal son comes home. And he's ragged, he's barefoot, or maybe his shoes are worn out, whatever it is, they're not acceptable. His clothes are not acceptable. He probably stinks. And he's come home and his daddy sees him and the daddy runs out to grab a hold of him. What does the boy that he rehearsed say? The first thing he says is, Father, I have sinned against heaven and in your sight, and I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Sin makes a person feel small in his own eyes. Teaching them right and wrong is important, and encouraging them to do what is right and to avoid what is wrong is essential in the spiritual training of children. Just so essential. And a child who does what is wrong, misbehaves, gets in trouble at school, is always facing some kind of punishment for what he's done, discipline for what he's done. That child does not have much respect for himself. That child feels small when he thinks about himself on the inside. He may do things that make him feel big. And it may be, if I can be big in the gang, I can feel like I'm worth something. But he, with his parents are concerned and many other things concerned, does not feel very important. And that idea that it's the spiritual quality is a real factor in life. It's a real factor in life. First of all, a child's obedience to his parents is part of what the Holy Spirit calls as natural law that was written by God on the human heart. And of course, it comes naturally. In Romans 2:14-15, to be disobedient to one's parents has generally been unacceptable behavior, even in uncivilized societies. It is universally held that a child's disobedience to his parents was the kind of behavior that would be detestable, even in an unbelieving society. Romans 1:28-31, and just as they did not see fit to acknowledge God any longer, God gave them over to a depraved mind to do those things which are not proper, being filled with all unrighteousness, wickedness, greed, evil, full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, malice. They are gossips, slanderers, haters of God, insolent, arrogant, boastful, inventors of evil, disobedient to parents, without understanding, untrustworthy, unloving, unmerciful. Boy, now that's a list of things you don't want to be. And all of that comes from not having a proper relationship with God and not having a proper relationship with parents. Second, obey your parents is God's law. The Jewish scriptures teach that if a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and who, when they have chastened him, will not heed them, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of the city, to the gate of his city, and they shall say to the elders of his city, This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton. Now, we're not talking about a little kid. We're talking about a grown fellow. He's a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of his city shall stone him to death with stones. So you shall put away the evil from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear. Man, boy, you don't obey your mama and daddy. You don't have any respect for them. They're going to take him out and stone him. That's a death sentence. That's as bad as murder. That's as bad as rape. That's as bad as anything you can think. Bad as blasphemy. God looked at the parents, and responsibility to the parent is being something. Paul, describing the perilous times that lay ahead, said people would be disobedient to parents. 2 Timothy 3 and verse 2. That is youth's contribution to perilous living conditions, not only in the social order, but right at home, in family. When God says, children, obey your parents, He isn't writing to or about infants and toddlers, but to young people and youth old enough to choose whether or not they'll do it or not. The third reason you ought to obey your parents in the Lord is because it's to your own advantage. It's your contribution to the kind of family you would like. It's your part of that quietude and peace and harmony and affection and happiness of a well-ordered family. Trust is an essential to good family relations. And there's no better way for youth to earn the trust of parents than to be obedient children. People who are trusted have proved themselves to be trustworthy. And that's important for the teenager as he grows. A 16-year-old girl complained about having trouble with her parents. And she said, the major issue is freedom. They think I have too much. I don't think I have enough. Well, she didn't seem to understand that the key to more freedom is obedience. When youth are obedient, parents are at ease with giving them more freedom because they trust them. The obedience required in Ephesians 6:1 is qualified by the phrase, to obey them in the Lord. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. This simply means that children are to strictly obey their parents unless, of course, such obedience requires disobedience to God. Occasionally, we hear certain parents have been forcing their daughters into prostitution or their sons into a life of dishonesty and deceit, peddling drugs or gambling or something else. But those parents wouldn't be Christian parents. Christian youth are not commanded to obey parents to do evil. A foolish son is a grief to his father and bitterness to her who bore him. Proverbs 17:25. And when Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, the daughter of Beeri, the Hittite, and Basemeth, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, and they brought grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis 26. And that kind of a son will bring a lot of unhappiness to the parent. That kind of a daughter will bring unhappiness to the parent. Honor your father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise, that it may go well with you and that you may live long in the land. That's Ephesians 6:2 and 3. And it's a bit of a quotation from Exodus 20 and Deuteronomy 5. Those are the two chapters where the Ten Commandments are found. For the Christian, it has the possibility of these three applications. Number one, personal health and length of days. When you obey your parents, you're going to do the right things, and that'll give you good health, and you'll live long. Number two, the national or social well-being by observing the highest principles of human behavior. Any society will collapse that gives sanction to widespread disobedience of all kinds. And we're seeing some of those problems this day and time. Number three, that it may be well with you. The beauty and the sublimity of quietude, peace, harmony, affection, and happiness of a well-ordered family are now yours when you do what is right. Jesus answered the Pharisees, "And why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God commanded, honor your father and your mother, and whoever reviles father or mother must surely die. But you say, if anyone tells his father or his mother, what you would have gained from me is given to God." He's supposed to support them. But he's going to take the money that was supposed to give to the support of mom and daddy, and he's going to give it to God so he can look good in front of his friends. Well, he need not honor his father. So for the sake of your tradition, you have made void the word of God. Matthew 15, 3-6. Now, this passage refers to the responsibility of adult children to their parents who are elderly. Well, that's an important thing. Raising faithful children. You have to mean to do it. You have to want to do it. Raising faithful children doesn't just happen. The inspired Apostle John wrote in 3 John 4, "I have no greater joy than to hear that my children are walking in the truth." We don't know whether the Apostle John had a wife or became the father of any children of his own, but these people are his spiritual children. Whether spiritual or physical parents love their children, and they want what is best for them. John rejoiced because his spiritual children were walking in the truth. They were living their lives in accordance with the truth that was revealed by Christ in his holy word. Christian parents want to know that their children are pleasing to God, and I've seen John's joy in other parents whose children were faithful. And unfortunately, I have wept with parents whose children strayed from the truth. The Lord blessed Jackie and me with 4 lovely daughters. And with the birth of each child, we felt the full responsibility of parenthood. God made us responsible to feed, to clothe, to train, and to protect our children. And we've been given charge of them physically, intellectually, socially, and spiritually. And from the first time that we saw them, we loved them as our very own souls. We had such hopes and dreams for each of them. We wanted them to be happy, healthy, smart, and successful in life. And more than anything else, Jackie and I wanted our children to be faithful Christians who were right with God. We wanted them to know God and to appreciate Him. We wanted them to respect God and obey Him. We wanted them to love God and to serve Him. And we hoped our children would follow in the footsteps of Jesus. Perhaps you remember the verse that described Jesus, how He grew up and He increased in wisdom and stature and favor with God and man. Well, we wanted them to increase in wisdom and stature and in favor with God and man. And we pray they'd make wise choices in life, that they would be healthy, and that they would find friends and be a friend to God. And in all of our dreams for our children, however, we tried never to forget the word of Jesus in Matthew 16 and verse 26. For what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world and forfeits his soul? Or what will a man give in exchange for his soul? Well, how can we bring up faithful children? Well, I think there's several things. We can help them to know God and to appreciate the God of the Bible. First, raising faithful children starts at the very beginning. When Christians learn that they have a child on the way, they should begin praying every day for the child's welfare and for the wisdom to know how to raise the child. New parents don't get a child with an instruction manual, and every child is different. They need God's wisdom to help them know how to deal with each child in a way that will bless that child. The Bible says in James 1 and verse 5, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask God, who gives generously to all without reproach, and it will be given him. And I tell you what, have the wisdom to know how to raise a kid is a lot of wisdom. You got to know that. Now, this wisdom is not some special revelation, but it is the everyday wisdom that we need to live our lives faithfully. Second, parents should sing hymns with their children in their arms from the time that they're born, to sing with them. A little child may not understand all the words that their parents say, but they do understand their tone of voice. They learn to feel. They learn emotions. They learn and experience love when they can't even use the word love. They can sense the love of their parents, and children learn to love God from their parents. And the best way to start out a new life is to sing hymns of love for God. If you want God to be in the life of your little child, then He must also be in your life. Some of the happiest memories that your child will ever have is of those precious moments as a little child singing songs of praise to God, and especially at bedtime. To pray with them, to tell a little story, to sing with them. And when my children were all small, they were all in the same bedroom, we sang with them. And we would sing some of the same songs. Jesus loves me, and Jesus loves the little children. And we sang songs that they began to know and began to be a part of. And it was important. And we would pray together. Parents, you must assume the primary task. You must assume the primary task of spiritually training your children. You must assume that. I cannot stress that strongly enough with parents these days. You cannot leave the spiritual training to other people. God gave the charge to spiritually train the children to parents. He gave to you parents. And no one has a greater opportunity or responsibility than you do to help your child get to heaven. The Bible says to fathers in Ephesians 6:4, fathers, do not provoke your children to anger, but bring them up in the discipline and the instruction of the Lord. As the spiritual head of their homes, fathers can do a lot to influence their children to love and live for the Lord. It is a tragic thing that many fathers are absent. Many children, sadly, never know their fathers. I will never forget one time when a man came to my office, and he wasn't really asking for anything. I thought he was coming in because he was asking for some financial help, but he wasn't. He was just really down, really down that day. And he said with tears in his eyes, because he had no support from anyone. He said, you know, if my daddy walked through that door, I wouldn't even know him. He never knew who his daddy was. His mother never told him who his daddy was. He didn't know who his daddy was. He didn't have the support of a father that could teach him the things that he needed. And more than he needed help financially, he needed help in other ways. Somebody to love him enough to value him and train him in the things that are important. Some children are orphans, but often the fathers are absent for other reasons. In those cases, mothers have to do all they can do to help their children to know the Lord. Mothers can do much to lead their children to the Lord. Timothy became the Christian man he was because of the women in his life. 2 Timothy 1:5, I'm reminded of your sincere faith, a faith which dwelt first in your grandmother Lois and your mother Eunice, and now I am sure dwells in you as well. Where would Timothy have been if he hadn't had a grandma and a mom that loved the Lord? According to Acts 16:3, Timothy's father was a Greek, so it fell to his mother and grandmother to teach him about God, and their faith became Timothy's faith. Mothers, if you do not have a husband to help you, and there will always be people sitting in the pews just in that case, you don't have a man to help you, a husband to help you, or if your husband does not share your faith, they'll be like that too. Don't let that stop you from doing all you can to bring your children up in the discipline and the instruction of the Lord. Fifth, make the Word of God a part of your everyday life. Deuteronomy 6:4-9 reveals a powerful key to raising faithful children. God said to Moses, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might." That was the Shema. They would quote that passage almost day to day. That was the most important passage to a Jew in his home. It's like the John 3:16 for a Jew. And he says, "And these words that I command you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates." When I was in Israel, even every door that was at the hotels would have a little box that had a scroll inside of it that would have these verses. Whenever we were on the plane, there would be these rabbis going to Israel, and they would have their arms wrapped all the way around. They had this long thing, and they had a thing on the back of their hand that had a little box, and on that box was a scroll with these verses. Sometimes they would wear a box on their forehead. They would strap around their head. There was these verses. They were recited every day. The Shema. Important. Deuteronomy 6:24 and 10:13 tells us that God gave the Bible to us for our good. What a great nation has a God that's so good to give them the scriptures like that. When the words of God, the words of the Bible live in our hearts, they help us in a multitude of ways to grow in faith, to make right choices, and to avoid the moral pitfalls of life. According to Romans 10:17, faith comes from hearing, and hearing by the word of Christ. And nothing is more important to your child's spiritual development than a knowledge of God and His Word. God's Word will nourish your children with the truth that they need to live a faithful life. It'll teach them what to avoid and how to avoid it. It'll keep their hearts tender toward God and shape their consciences for good. The Word of God teaches us how to treat our neighbor, how to love our enemies, how to forgive the wrongs we suffer. It points people toward sacrifices instead of selfishness, toward work ethic instead of laziness, toward responsibility instead of blaming, in helping rather than passing by on the other side, toward authenticity instead of hypocrisy and pretending, toward love instead of apathy, toward truth instead of error. The Word of God teaches people that we're created in God's image, not the product of a random accident. The Word of God explains to us where humans came from, why we're here, and where we will go after we die. Faith in God gives our lives identity, meaning, and purpose. You cannot give your child anything more valuable than a knowledge of God in the Bible. And I shudder to think how empty and how sad our lives would be without God and without His Word. Wow. Hosea 4:6, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because you have rejected knowledge that is a knowledge of God. I reject you from being a priest to me. And since you have forgotten the law of your God, I also will forget your children." Ooh. Ooh. Oh, my. 6, parents teach your children respect and reverence. I talk about discipline a little bit there. 7th, give them your love and blessing. This is the next page. Little children often come to understand their Heavenly Father through their relationship with their earthly parents. If children have the security of their parents' love, they will learn to trust the Heavenly Father's love. Children who never feel valued by their parents will find it really hard to feel valued by God. Children who never find forgiveness from their parents have a harder time believing that God can forgive them. Children who have parents that reject them often think God might reject them too. Children can arrive at the conclusions about God, whatever they conclude, when their parents don't love them as they should. Those conclusions will be wrong. They think God doesn't love them either. I've known some children who had to wait until adulthood, and they left home before they ever understood how much God loves them. There are a lot of people today who've never had the love of their parents. When your child reaches the age where they know right from wrong, mamas and daddies need to lead them to the Lord. Help them to understand God's will for their lives. I tell you, I rejoice every time I see a daddy baptize his child. I think that's the most wonderful thing. When we were all young, the preacher did all the baptizing. But it's interesting that in the last generation, a family member often does the baptizing. And a lot of times it's the father. I think that's wonderful. When a father or a grandfather or an uncle or somebody in the family is the one doing the baptizing, that really is a strong statement about the faith of the family. And I think it's a good thing. You know what? It'll do that father as much good as it does the child. I don't think I've baptized more than 2 or 3 people in the last 15 years. And I don't baptize unless somebody asks me to do the baptizing. I was never a good baptizer anyway. Really, I was never good at that. I had a class that taught me how I was supposed to baptize correctly, and I think if I were to try to do that today, I'd still flunk. I was never good at it. But I'm glad when I see a father or mother, not a mother, a father or an uncle or somebody in the family baptize a child. I just think that's such a wonderful thing. Good for the father and good for the child. Yeah, not only for them to give them birth, but to give them the new birth. Okay, it's time to stop and eat. I don't know, who would like to lead the prayer? Brother, would you lead the prayer for our food? So God, in prayer. To God, we thank thee that we've been able to feast on the word of God. Our souls have been enriched. Thank you, dear God, for this class and all the participants. Thank you for Brother Sanders' preparation and presentation. Lord, we thank you that you blessed us to live in this great country. I know that it had many problems, but we're so thankful that we're able to practice our faith the way the Bible reveals it. We thank you, dear God, that we have food and plenty. Father, help us to be thankful and thoughtful that we are blessed not only spiritually, but also physically. May we be thankful and thoughtful as we eat every morsel. Be thankful and thoughtful that once again God has showered down upon us blessings, Father, that we do not deserve. We thank you for the bread of life. We thank you for thy Son. Taught us how to live. You also taught us how to die. Thank you for this grand occasion yet again. Thank you that we'll be able to sit down, not only share a meal together, but enjoy one another's company in Christ. Thank you for your Son. This master's name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
There's one more Chick-fil-A entree on the way, but you know, some chickens harder to catch than others, so purchases here, but Chick-fil-A is good. You feel welcome every day?
Okay, we're going to be talking about passing on the faith. And I think this is an important discussion. When children are small, they see their parents' faith and commitment. And when parents are committed to God, their children are more likely to be committed. Little children may not understand all the reasons why they should believe, but they know their parents' behavior and their parents' faith really matters to God and matters to them. As children reach elementary school, they want to be like their parents and identify with their parents' faith. In middle school, they begin questioning things. This is an important time in a child's life, middle school, because they begin questioning things. That's when they first learn about evolution. And a lot of the things, and they're watching TV a little more, and when someone says millions of years and billions of years, it begins to make a big impact. And they begin questioning and searching for what the truth is, because what their parents are saying and what their school is saying is two different things. And then when they turn the TV set on, all these TV programs agree with what they've heard at school, and they think, well, my parents really don't know what they're talking about, or they're just having those questions about what is the truth. Let me mention that there is a study of things called apologetics. That is, how giving reasons for why we believe. And it's my thinking that we need to start teaching, at least mildly, some apologetics when a kid is in the 6th grade. They were surveying kids about who had wandered away from the faith and asking them questions. And many of them would say when they were in their 20s and 30s that they began doubting the truth of the Bible whenever they got to about the 6th grade. That is one of those times. And so it's during that time that some Christian evidences need to be taught, need to be explored. In my judgment, at this point in time, it's almost essential that apologetics be introduced when you're trying to evangelize. About 3-4 years ago, the Lads to Leader people came to me and said, "Phil, we want you to write a book for teenagers that teach them how to evangelize their friends." And so I wrote the book Sower, and I subtitled it "Evangelism Training for Everyone." And even though it was written with the idea of teens in mind, I wanted the things that were in that book to be written for everyone. And in the latter portion of the book, I had several chapters that dealt with apologetics, reasons to believe in God, reasons to believe in the Bible, reasons to believe in the resurrection of Jesus, reasons to believe in all of those kinds of things. Why? Because when you're a high school student and you're trying to teach your friends, and you're going to school and your friends are being taught that man evolved rather than was created, you're going to have to give a good reason for why you believe that's wrong and why they should become a Christian. Now, when you become a Christian, you're not selling them a box of soap. You're not telling them, well, my soap's better than the other soap. You're teaching them about the truth, about what's right, and you're asking them to take up their cross and to make a commitment that is a lifetime commitment. So passing on the faith is not a small matter. It's a big, big matter. And 1 Peter 3 and verse 15 says, "But sanctify Christ as Lord in your hearts, always being ready to make a defense." That's what the word apologetics is about, making a defense. "To everyone who asks you to give an account for the hope that is in you, yet with gentleness and reverence." Now, when kids have questions, they generally ask their parents first for answers. Sometimes they'll ask a Bible class teacher. And most parents are not as well prepared to answer some of the more technical questions as they need to be. And I'm glad that there are people who go around and teach courses in apologetics things like the Discovery magazine for children that Apologetics Press puts out, and various other types of things. Parents really need to be informed about these matters as best they can, so they can give some kind of an answer to their children when their children do ask questions. We are to talk about the Bible when we sit down, when we rise up, when we walk in the way, and various other things, like we were mentioning from Deuteronomy chapter 6. Okay. Now, the book of Deuteronomy, of the writings of Moses, the book of Deuteronomy, I think, has probably in recent years become my favorite. The book of Deuteronomy is actually 3 sermons. Everybody think of it, oh, it has a lot of law, and it does have a lot of law. The word deutero means 2, and nami is the second law. And of course, it does recite those things. But Moses is now close to 120 years old. He's going to die before long. And he calls all of Israel together and he preaches to them. And really, the book of Deuteronomy is a recording of those sermons that he is preaching in his last days before he dies. And he reminds them of all kinds of things, the first chapter and various other places. But he wants them to love the Lord. He wants them to follow the commandments of God. He wants them to be careful as they keep those commandments. And of course, to keep the commandments is important for them as they go into this new land of promise, a land of milk and honey, so things will go well for them. And all of those things are there. Joshua is an individual. This is on page 62 where we are. Joshua, God promised in Joshua 1, 6-8, be strong and courageous, for you shall give this people possession of the land which I swore to their fathers to give them. Only be strong and very courageous. Look at the next statement. Be careful. Be careful. The word careful or carefully in the New American Standard is found 27 times in the book of Deuteronomy, and in every case, the idea is to be careful with regard to how you obey. How you obey. Careful. Be careful to do according to all the law which Moses, my servant, commanded you. Do not turn from it to the right or to the left. Now, you remember when they were going through some of these strange lands in that wilderness wandering, they were to stay on the road and not go to the right or to the left, but to stay on the path. Well, getting to the right or left meant don't get away into idolatry. Don't get away into something that's foreign. You stay on the path. You walk in his ways. You don't get away from it. Do be very careful to do all the law of Moses. Do not turn to the right or left, so that you may have success wherever you go. This book of the law of Joshua shall not depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night. The word meditate is very similar to the word dealing with an ox or a cow that chews the cud. You kind of hear this verse and you think about it. You chew on it for a while. And you meditate on it, he's saying to them. Day and night you shall be careful to do according to all that is written in it, for then you will make your way prosperous, and then you will have success. Now notice that they are to be careful not to get away from it. Do all that's written in it. So it's every commandment is important. Careful obedience is important. Not getting away to the human is important. Now, when you get to the book of Judges, chapter 2, verse 7 says that the people served the Lord all the days of Joshua and all the days of the elders who survived Joshua, who had seen the great work of the Lord, which he had done for Israel. Now, for a while things went well. But in Judges 2, 10 to 12, he says, there arose another generation after them who did not know the Lord, nor yet the work which he had done for Israel. And then the sons of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they served the Baals, and they forsook the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had brought them out of the land of Egypt, and followed other gods from among the gods of the peoples who were around them, and bowed themselves down to them. Thus they provoked the Lord to anger. One generation is strong, the next generation is not so. I've lived long enough to see a lot of changes in the generations, and the generation that we see right now is very different from the generation I grew up in. That doesn't mean that we were all good and they're all bad. It just means they're different. But there are many things that the younger generation just does not know that are foundational, that were very much a part of our hearts and lives. And of course, that makes me want to stop and think about my grandkids. One generation may be faithful while another generation falls away and does evil. Through the history of Israel, one can see how the nation went back and forth in their devotion to God. And we must devote ourselves to the Lord and to the spiritual training of our children so they will not forsake the Lord and follow the people around them. Now, even whenever the nation forsook the Lord, there was always a remnant. There was always a small group of people who stayed faithful to God. And just because the culture wanders away from God does not mean that there cannot be a remnant of faithful children who will stay close to the Lord. As I mentioned, God gave parents the primary responsibility of spiritually training their children and teaching them the will of God. God said of Abraham, I've chosen you that you may command children in household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing righteousness and justice, so that the Lord will bring upon Abraham what he's spoken about him. The Apostle Paul said to Christians in Ephesians 6, fathers, do not provoke your children to anger, but bring them up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord. There are several reasons to instill Christian values and standards in our children. First, we must help our children understand God and His Word are the ultimate authority. It's an unfortunate thing, but in our day and time, how we feel sometimes trumps what God says. You're not going to be judged in the end of time by how you feel. You're going to be judged by what God said. We're going to be judged by the Word. And so they need to have the Word of God on their hearts, and they need to know what the Word of God says and how the Word of God applies to every situation in life. And nobody is better suited to model and apply God's teaching to every area of life than a parent, because they're with the child each day. Your child has a different teacher in school every year. They still got the same mom and dad. Your child will have a different Bible class teacher every year. They still have the same mom and dad. They may go to camps, they may go to retreats, they may do it, but they still have the same mom and dad. And so the parents have a permanent place in the upbringing of that child that no one else really in all of their lives will have in that first 20 years. Parents cannot lead their children where they're not going. And that's the reason why we must teach them the Word of God. And faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the Word of God. That's so important. Here was the little chart there. Teens who frequently eat dinner with family are less likely to use drugs or alcohol. Isn't that interesting? But what's true about drugs and alcohol is true about a lot of different things. That whenever you have a strong family core, almost every moral issue, almost every social issue is better. Even school is better. Families being together just really makes a difference. When you have family dinners per week, and those family dinners are a little higher, you're going to see that they are less to use tobacco, less to use alcohol, less to use marijuana. They have fewer friends that drink regularly, fewer friends who use marijuana, and fewer friends and rather less likely to use drugs in the future. All of those things in that chart it's a valuable little chart there. It matters. Family relationships matter. Second, we must give our children the family skills they will need as parents. Now, when you are a parent, you are training your children to be parents. And if you are an attentive, good parent, then the child will see that example and it will teach them. Now, they may or may not follow your example, but you gave them that example. You can't make choices for them, but you can teach them and give them the proper example. And that's what really matters. Sometimes children follow their parents and sometimes they don't. But you want to give them the best opportunity to see what it's like to have Christian parents who really love the Scripture and really love the truth and live it out. That's important. They will learn how to raise their kids from Scripture and from our example. Times change, but knowing how to listen, to love, to forgive, and to be a Christian really never changes. Your children will likely parent your grandchildren the way that you parented them. And Solomon said in Proverbs 1:8 and 9, "Hear, my son, your father's instruction, forsake not your mother's teaching, for they are a graceful garland for your head and pendants for your neck." And I tell you what, people who have not had parents who were strong in the faith and grew up in homes without that really have lost something. But if you have grown up in a home where mom and dad were strong in their faith, oh, what a great blessing that was for you to have that. Third, we must open the door to personal relationship with God. You want them not only to love you, but to love God. Children whose parents remain close to God usually remain close to God themselves. The goal of spiritual training is to develop mature, loving Christians. And really, this is a lifelong pursuit and doesn't end just when the child is baptized. Baptism is not the end, but the beginning of the Christian life. And we must teach our children to stay faithful as long as they live. Just like marriage is until death do us part, well, Christianity is until death do us part too. Yes.
Bill, what would you say as a preacher to parents whose hearts are aching because their children, they tried to raise them in the Lord and then their hearts are aching because their children are grown and not faithful and sometimes the grandchildren? What kind of things would you say to those parents?
One of the things I would say to parents is even good parents can have children who go astray. Right. And it may not be something that you failed to do. Many times children who leave the faith and go into the denominational world do so when they're 30, not when they're 20. You can give them a college education at a Christian school, and some of them will still leave. You can teach them all of their lives, do everything right, and when they turn 30, they get to a point where maybe they reject this or that, or maybe their circumstances and their family or culture have changed, and they decide they want to go a different direction. And one of the things that I like to say to those parents is, please don't beat yourself up every day. This doesn't mean that you failed to do what you should do. It means that your child has made a decision, and it was a bad decision. When my daughter decided to leave the Church of Christ and go into the Orthodox Church, my youngest daughter, Jackie and I had kind of a family council with them. And we begged them not to do this. They had had a preacher in the church who told them that the restoration plea was no longer valid. And they did not believe in the restoration plea, that a person ought to go back to the Bible. They believed that the Holy Spirit, because of what they'd been taught, the Holy Spirit lived in the church, and that there were things that were revealed in later things, and that the 8 ecumenical councils of the Catholic and Orthodox Church were true, and those things were valid. Not only did we have long conversations, but I also saw that the siblings, my other daughters and their husbands, also begged them not to do this. It was to no avail. They, for a while, resisted it, and then they decided, no, this is who we are, this is what we're going to do. And finally, they said, well, this is a decision we've made, and we don't want to hear any more about it. When the communication has been cut off like that, then the communication has been cut off like that. I can't help but think about the father of the prodigal son, and I want my money, I want it now, and I don't want to hear any more about it. And all the father in hope that the child will come back. There are different ways that, of course, kids leave the faith. Sometimes it's to go into denominational things. Sometimes it's moral things. Their parents who all of a sudden find out that their child has same-sex attraction, and sometimes the child will go so far as to marry someone of their own sex, and parents have to deal with that, and they're heartbroken. And again, this is one of those things where a kid, you know, sex is very addictive. And they can talk all day long about old love when they talk about same-sex attraction, but most of the time it's something where they have been captivated by it, and it's an addiction. As we talked about before, the length of same-sex marriages is usually much shorter than others. And those who are involved in same-sex marriages, especially among the men, expect to have several lovers while they're still married, while they call one their married partner. It is a very, very thing. And usually that kind of behavior is accompanied by other types of sin, high drug use or high alcoholism. There's a lot of secrecy. There's a lot of other types of things that goes on. So it's not just one sin, it's several sins. But we need to remember that there are times when people, even people who've grown up in good homes, can be captivated by the devil. And I was talking about, you know, last night and the night before on 2 Timothy 2:24-26, that you go and you talk to them humbly. And everything that I said about how to talk to somebody and your spouse whenever you have a sharp disagreement is exactly the same things that I would say about how to talk to your child when that child turns away from the truth. For those of you who were not here last night, I talked about needing to talk softly, in low tones, never screeching, never shrill, low tones, softly and slowly. Think through what you're going to say, pray about it. Never raise your voice, ever. If you get angry, you've lost completely. The conversation's over if you get angry. I would say to them, do that in, you know, the thing of it is even when I practice what I'm telling you, and yes, I went into the discussion and I prayed a whole lot about it, and everything that I'm saying is exactly how I talk with them. And see, the thing of it is sometimes even when you do all the right things, you fail. I tried to bring my child back. I failed. And my family failed. They were not going to come back. Does that mean I'm a lousy parent? No. As long as I had, they were in my household, they served the Lord. When they left my household and established their own, then I no longer had control over that. I did everything I could do to bring them back. Yes, Dave.
So I want to mention, we see often where parents are trying to feed or feed their children, and their children go, and the parents will follow the children. And even more so when grandchildren are involved, the grandparents will follow their children into the denominational world because they want to be part of their life and family rather than doing as you have done and stand up for the truth and remain firm.
That's exactly right. I think Howard Norton one time was expressing an observation that he made about some of the parents who had stood strong and stood faithful in the Lord for years and years and years, and their children depart and go into some error of some kind, and all of a sudden these parents have changed their thinking, and it must be okay. I'm sorry. I think that if I had done that, that my children would have completely disrespected me.
We have lost
Right.
families.
Right.
They follow the truth.
And that happens a lot, and it makes you wonder, well, did we give the parents the kind of stability to stand up and do what was right even though their children did not? Maybe somewhere along the line the parents had compromised back and the children then felt free, and then the parents followed the kids rather than following the Lord.
Sometimes parents feel like to show their love, they have to follow it.
Yeah. There are a lot of other complications that come from all of this, and that is, okay, when you have an adult child that falls away from the Lord, what do you do? How do you treat them, and how do you treat the children? Well, first of all, they left us. We didn't leave them. We're still in the same place. They left us. We do know that. I do not want to completely separate from my daughter's family, in part because I don't want to have no opportunity to persuade the grandchildren.
They're still away.
That's right. There's still a lifeline there. They have not been disfellowshipped. They disfellowshipped us from that standpoint. But what we have tried to do is still maintain a relationship because we have grandkids. There was a sweet lady that I knew when I was the last year I was a youth minister. This would have been 1973. And there's a reason I'm telling this story, because there's an end to the story. And this particular lady had 3 sons. None of her sons were members of the church. Now, some of them would come once in a while. But this sweet lady taught her daughters-in-law. They were all converted. She taught her grandchildren. They were all converted. And what was so interesting, I was holding a gospel meeting about 15 miles where I was a youth minister in 1973. And one of the grandchildren that I did not know, but was in the same family, was attending church in that gospel meeting in that nearby church that I had worked with 40 years before. This was about 10 years ago. And I met them, and I asked the last name, and immediately I knew what family they were in. I think the last name was Stewart. And I thought, what a wonderful legacy of that grandmother who taught her daughters-in-law and taught her grandchildren. And as far as I know, all of the daughters-in-law stayed faithful. Some of the sons did come back as time went by, but the grandchildren were all faithful. So what I'm saying to you is, if you are a parent and maybe your child has gone astray, do not give up on your grandkids. Now, we live a long way away from the grandkids and do not have as much option that is there. I did write a book that I felt dealt with some of the issues that we're talking about. And I dedicated it to my grandchildren. But I wrote it for those of this one daughter more than the others. Unfortunately, the book has not been published. It's been 4 years since I gave it to the publisher. They've not published it, and that's been a great disappointment in my life. Anyway, I don't want to go into all that, but I think the question that you're asking is so important. I can remember when I first started preaching, one of my elders had a son who was a deacon, and this son who was a deacon had problems with his wife, and there was this and there was that, and they divorced, and he quit coming to church. Now, his two sisters still did, but here was this elder who was such a faithful man, had been a gospel preacher as well, and his only son had left the church, and it broke his heart. And that was the first time I was really introduced in a more personal way to the heartbreak of losing a child to the world or whatever. When my daughter called and told me what she had decided that she would do, and she didn't want to hear any more about it, I said to her, you know, I'd almost rather have heard that you had died. More than the loss of my dad, my mother, and my sister, this has been the greatest heartache of my life. So this is where they need comforting, and they don't need to be beaten up. They're probably beating themselves up and thinking about all the mistakes that they made, and they were probably not as big as that. What had happened is she got exposed to some people who led her astray, and as she grew older, and it was a heartbreak. It was a real heartbreak. Number one, good parents can have children who go astray. And it doesn't mean the parent didn't try. It just means that sometimes that happens. I have 3 other children who are very strong in the Lord. My 3 other children, Krista had spoken, all 3 of my other children have spoken at many ladies' days and have been very involved in teaching, and all 4 of my children have been on mission trips, both domestic and foreign. It was not a matter of them not being trained well. I don't know that anything. They went to the camps and they went to the retreats and they went to this and they went to that, and we taught them at home. We did everything that we needed to do, and yet there was still one that was a free spirit, and she wanted to go her own way. And she said, okay, I'm a grown adult, and I'm going to decide for myself. And sometimes you have to, like the prodigal son, let a child find out for themselves. Now, here's what I pray. I hope she never sees this, but I pray she'll have a bad experience where she's going. I hope she'll have a bad experience, and she'll be able to see the choice that she made was a wrong choice for lots of reasons. So I don't know whether I've helped or hurt, but the main thing is to talk to them in the most compassionate way possible and help them to do that. You know, you have to love that child, and to be a parent to that child, no matter what age they are and no matter whatever they've done, you still have to love them and keep that line of communication open. If not only for your children's sake, for your grandkids' sake. But this is something that I grieve about greatly. We must give our children the practical key to life. This is bottom page 64. Solomon taught his sons what he learned from his own father David. And the book of Proverbs provides God's wisdom for parents in so many areas of life. Solomon is addressing his sons with needed lessons in life. Now, good parents get involved with their children's education in every area of their lives. That's got to be happening. And they expect their children to listen and to learn, whether it's school or sports or driving a car. All of these things are important to life. Mother and daddy cannot take a casual approach to the spiritual instructions. You know, some parents want to do everything in the world about sports and other things with their kids, but they don't think about their spiritual education. And it's really only spiritual education that's going to get those kids to eternity. Your children will learn God's way is best, and the value of persistence in faith. Come on in, somebody. And patience by watching and listening to you. And they will learn as much by watching and listening to you as you will if there's something that's a little more direct. Proverbs, that first 8 or 10 chapters is that daddy talking to his son, trying to help him to see the importance of things, and is such a value in so many ways. My son, Proverbs 2, if you receive my words and treasure up my commandments with you, making your ear attentive to wisdom and inclining your heart to understanding. Yes, if you call out for insight and raise your voice for understanding, if you seek it like silver and search for it like for hidden treasures, then you'll understand the fear of the Lord and find the knowledge of God, for the Lord gives wisdom. From his mouth come knowledge and understanding. He stores up sound wisdom for the upright. He's a shield to those who walk in integrity, guarding the paths of justice, watching over the way of his saints. Then you'll understand righteousness and justice and equity and every good path, for wisdom will come into your heart and knowledge will be pleasant to your soul. Wow. That's just nearly an apology for the Word of God and for living a righteous life. But as you read through the book of Proverbs, you can hear a father pleading with his son to listen to wisdom and to avoid the ways of sin. And when children fail to listen to the wisdom of godly parents who know and love the Lord and know the Bible, they can wind up in a great deal of misery. And that happens. Again, there's passages like in Proverbs 4. A little bit on, you have the statement of David in the Psalms. I guess David wrote these things. Psalm 78. I like this passage when you're talking about passing on the faith. Psalm 78, the first 8 verses, down at the bottom of page 65. Give ear, O my people, to my teaching, and incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I'll open my mouth in a parable. I'll utter dark sayings from of old, things that we have heard and known that our fathers have told us. We'll not hide them from their children. We won't do that. But we'll tell to the coming generation the glorious deeds of the Lord and his might and the wonders that he has done. He established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers to teach to their children, that the next generation might know them, the children yet unborn, and arise and tell them to their children, so they should set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments, that they should not be like their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation whose heart was not steadfast, whose spirit was not faithful to God. Of the passages of the Old Testament, to me, that's the one, along with Deuteronomy 6, that we've looked at before, that really is important about impressing on the parent the need to instruct their children. And most of it is just teaching them the Bible and letting the Word of God work. There is no greater need in our world today than for Christian parents, especially fathers, to bring their children up in the discipline and instruction of the Lord. Bible schools and youth ministers have great value. Please don't take anything I've said as a put down of them. But God gave parents the responsibility of spiritually training their children. And that's what's important. That's what's important. Okay. Keeping teens faithful. Oh my. When I lived in Senatobia, Mississippi, and my children were all preschoolers, I remember going to the library one day, and the guy was talking about working with children or something. I don't remember what his task was, but he began his speech by saying that the hardest task in family, the hardest task that a person could go through was to be the parent of a teenage child. He did not say being a teenager. He said being the parent of a teenage child is one of the hardest tasks of life. I think I would liken that to being the child of an elderly parent who had begun to slip mentally in other ways, and sometimes their health causes those things. It can be very difficult to deal with at times. I can recall my mother having to deal with her mother when she had dementia as well as other things, and how difficult it was. But being the parent of a teenager is very, very difficult. Some of the passages like Proverbs 3 we have looked at. Don't forget my law, but let your heart keep my commands. For length of days and long life and peace they'll add to you. Let not mercy and truth forsake you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. And so find favor and high esteem in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him and he shall direct your paths. Do not be wise in your own eyes. Fear the Lord and depart from evil. It'll be health to your flesh and strength to your bones. That's what Daddy was saying to his boy. And it's good advice for all of us. Parenting is a lifelong role. This is the third paragraph. And when God gives us children, we begin to consider what we will do to raise our children responsibly. As Christians, we want them to be more than good citizens. We want them to live godly, committed life in the service of God. And every godly parent has this great passion to see his or her children stay close to God. The Apostle Paul, as we mentioned, wrote to the church at Colossae. It's interesting that we read from Colossians 1:28 and 29 a while ago, but look what he says in chapter 2, 1-3. He says, for I want you to know how great a struggle I have for you and for those at Laodicea and for all who have not seen my face, seen me face to face, that their hearts may be encouraged, being knit together in love, to reach all the riches of the full assurance and understanding and knowledge of God's mystery, which is Christ, in whom are hidden all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. You can almost hear the heart of the Apostle Paul beat, not only in that last 2 or 3 verses of chapter 1, but now in these first 3 verses of chapter 2, for the church at Colossae, because they were going through so many problems. And later on in the same chapter, he deals with the heresy that was leading many of them astray, and how that if they were going to find truth, they would find it in Christ. If they were going to find any good thing, it would be in Christ. Hands-on parenting begins at birth, and it lasts until the child has reached maturity. And even when a child marries and establishes his or her own home, you know a godly parent never stops having a deep concern for the spiritual welfare of their children. Mothers and fathers who practice what they preach and preach what they practice are far and away the major influence related to adolescents keeping the faith into their 20s, according to new findings from a landmark study of youth and religion. Just 1% of teens ages 15 to 17 raised by parents who attached little importance to religion were highly religious in their mid-20s. Just 1%. In contrast, 82% of children raised by parents who talked about faith at home, who attached great importance to their beliefs, and were active in their congregations, were themselves religiously active as young adults, according to data from the latest wave of the National Study of Youth and Religion. Now, did you see the difference between 1% and 82%? That's huge. That's huge. The connection is nearly deterministic, said the University of Notre Dame sociologist Christian Smith, lead researcher for the study. Other factors such as youth ministry or clergy or service projects or religious schools pale in comparison. That is to the role of parents. No other conceivable causal influence comes remotely close to matching the influences of parents on the religious faith and practices of youth. Smith said in a recent talk sharing of the findings at Yale Divinity School, he says, parents just dominate. And I saw that when I was a youth minister in the 1970s, early 1970s. I served as one from 71 through the end of 73, and then I began preaching in 74. But I could look and I could see that there was 3 classes of young people. This is how I looked at the teenagers. There was those who attended everything, and their parents were always very involved. There were those who attended about half the things whenever it was fun, and their parents were somewhat involved and somewhat not involved. And there were the kids who came to church but very rarely attended anything but unless it was a fun event. And usually their parents were not involved or very, very, very lightly involved. You could almost see the difference for the involvement of the kid actually imitated the involvement of the parent. It was just so obvious. And I remember seeing that again and again. This is Lifeway research. These are not members of the church, these charts that we'll look at. But I do think that you'll see some things that are generally true. Reasons young adults continue to attend church. This is when they get into their 20s. Church was a vital part of my relationship with God. They wanted the church to help guide in their decisions in daily life. They felt church was helping them to become a better person. They wanted to follow a parent or family member's example. They were committed to the purpose and work of the church. Church was helping me through a difficult time in my life. About a fourth of them said, I was afraid of living a life without spiritual guidance. But isn't it interesting that whenever church is a part of their lives, they will continue to attend church even when they're in the college years? There are many people that when they get to the college years will drop out. But when they get married or they have kids, come back. A great portion of them will do that when they get married or they start having children. Now, the first thing you can do to influence your teenagers to serve the Lord is for you parents to lead the way. You be involved. Have some of their devotionals at your house. You be involved with the youth minister whenever they go on trips. You're involved with the kid day to day, and you're talking to them, and you're teaching them. And you're not a phony. A kid can spot a phony from a mile off. You don't ever fool a child if you're a phony. If you're only a one-day-a-week Christian, you won't be able to lead your children to be fully committed to Christ. There are no perfect parents, I understand that, but parents who put the Lord first in their lives have the best opportunity to reach their children for all of their lives. Solomon said to his son in Proverbs 23:26, "Give me your heart, my son, and let your eyes delight in my ways." Parents, do your children delight in your ways as a Christian? Do the kids delight in how you live? Daniel, that'll preach. That'll preach. You have to set the example, and you have to be genuine if you want your kids to go to heaven. The second thing that you can do to influence your teens is to pray for them every day and to pray with them. Prayer is just so vital and so important. God can do things that you don't know about. There are a lot of ways that God works in this world that we don't understand how He works, but He does in answer to our prayers. You ought to let your kids know that you pray for them. Let your teenagers know that they are important in your heart to the point that you'll pray for them every day. Ask God for wisdom in raising your son or daughter. Each child is different, and what works with one may not work with another. You got to love them all. Some are easier to love than others. Some are more compliant than others, but you love them all. Somebody asked a lady which one of her children did she love the most. And she says, the one at the time that needs me most. That makes sense. Makes sense. But at one time or another, all your kids are going to need you. But you love them all. And you pray with them, you pray for them. The third thing you can do, this is page 69, is to keep the main thing the main thing. Don't let distractions of life build a wedge between you, your family, and God. I remember when my kids were in about the 5th, 6th, 7th grade, along that period of time. They all thought they wanted to play. I had girls who played softball. Now, there's a reason why the OU women have been the softball champs. Softball is big business in the state of Oklahoma. It is not a small thing. And so all my girls were playing softball. The twins were on one team, and the other two were on another team. And I remember one night, Jackie took 2 of our daughters this way, 25 miles, paid money to get in and bought Cokes. And I went 25 miles that way and paid to get in and bought Cokes. And I was sitting in the stands and the kids were on the field. And Jackie was sitting in the stands and the kids were on the fields. And there was no discussion between parents and children during that time. There was discussion in the car going there, discussion in the car to come back. Of course, they mostly lost. And so it wasn't always necessarily very positive. But here was this situation where all these things were going on, and none of the family was really spending much time together. And here was a whole fall of them playing ball. And rather than this sport uniting our family, all it did is meant we were going to spend 2 or 3 nights a week. And we were going to be spending it on the road, eating bad food, not eating together, and not being able to spend any time with each other just so they could play ball. Well, we only had one out of the 4 children that could even play worth anything. She was the only athlete of the 4. The others didn't care. One of them played out in the outfield and sat down out there and played in the dirt. You think we're talking about little kids, and she didn't care. She didn't care. But because that's what we were doing, that's what she did. I decided after that thing was over that we really didn't need to play that much softball. And our family came back together after one semester, and we started eating together at night and enjoying one another and having a whole lot more fun and being a whole lot closer to each other. That was a distraction to our family. And it's an unfortunate thing. Sports, may keep kids out of trouble, but sports can end the relationship that a family has together. And if your whole life revolves around playing ball, then you really don't have as much time together as you would like. And for us, it was not something that was a big benefit. Families can be so busy with their activities here or there that they can easily drift away from the Lord. When I was young, they didn't have baseball games on Sunday night and they didn't have them on Wednesday night. Well, that's not the way it is now. And so you got families that are making a choice whether or not to play ball or whether or not to come to church. And it's sad, but some families will choose the ball over coming to church. Well, what does that say to the kid? If you got something you want to do, go and do it. That's more important than going to church. And that's one of the problems that you get in. So you don't want to let distractions of life build a wedge, but really between the family and a wedge between the family and God. I think it's wonderful that you can go to some place out of state and your family can play ball in this game and it's a great game and all that. But if your child doesn't get to heaven, what difference does it make? It's more than just playing ball. I want to hear from my Father in heaven, well done, thou good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of your master. You were faithful in a few things, and I will put you in charge of many things. That's what matters. That's what matters. Having that crown of life is what matters. I know sports is a great thing. It's a great thing for a lot of people. It was not a great thing for our family. And everybody has to choose for themselves. And I know there have been a lot of kids who've gotten a college education because they were good at sports. And I don't want to put sports down completely. But you can let sports run your life, and you don't want to do that. We need to be people who pursue righteousness and godliness, faith, love, perseverance, and gentleness. Those 6 things. That's what we need to pursue. We flee the ungodly world and we pursue some things. To pursue means to chase it down till you catch it. And you chase till you catch it. That's what it means to pursue. And those are things that are worth pursuing. If we only give God what's left over, have we really denied ourselves and have we really taken up a cross for Him? Have we really been people who did not conform to this world, but conformed to the Lord? Have we really transformed our minds? Have we really made those things and those changes that are important? The 4th thing that you can and must do if you want to influence your teenagers for the Lord is to teach and train them in the will of God found in the Bible. What does God want? And this is why the restoration plea is so important, because it teaches people to go back to the Bible, to study the Bible, to find out what does the Bible say about these matters. 1 Peter 2, verses 2 and 3, talks about how that, like newborn babies, we are to long for the pure milk of the Word, so that by it you may grow in respect to salvation, if you've tasted the kindness of the Lord. The number one thing young adults say keep them faithful to the Lord and His church through their 20s was the teaching and training they received growing up. And of course, that's teaching in the Bible. That is really the number one thing that keeps them faithful. Parents teaching them what God says. Let's move on a little bit. Some of this is reviewing some things we've looked at. The fifth thing that you can do and should do is get involved at church. Get involved at church. Okay. I'll let you read that. We're going to stop here. We'll take a break for about 10 minutes. And then I want to get to this, what I call hot warning signs. I think you'll find this to be a very helpful section, especially as you deal with others. It may not be something that you're dealing with, but it can be something that you know somebody that is dealing with it. This can be very helpful. So let's take a break. Let's start back up at 15 after, and we'll try to go till 2 o'clock. Or is that 2 o'clock already? It's to 3 o'clock. Guess we need to get back. As young people age, they can get into all kinds of moral struggles and personality struggles and difficulties. And one of the things that is important is being able to spot problems based on behaviors. A number of years ago, I remember talking to a high school teacher. And one of the things that he explained to me about some situations, we were talking about problems with kids and various things that we were dealing with. And he said, you know, once in a while he'll have a student who is involved with drugs or some other such thing. And anytime you have a student who has various problems, like are mentioned in this little bit of study, there will be behaviors that they will show that actually verify and validate the concern that people have for these students. And what he did was, whenever the student was getting away from a normal behavior and getting involved in the endangering self or depression or high stress or I think there's a couple of other things that are mentioned, the drug abuse or the gangs and violence that we're going to look at here in a little bit. He would just stop and he would say, now, I've noticed these kind of behaviors taking place, and I'm seeing some of these things in your behavior. And I'm just wondering if there is some problem here or something that we need to talk about. He did not accuse them. He described them and said that that appears to be the kind of behavior that somebody who has a certain type of problem possesses. This is a good way to deal with problems, and not only with teenagers, but with anybody. If you know some of those behaviors of people who are drug abuse people, they're going to do some of the same things. People who are enslaved to those kinds of issues, or those who are practicing those kind of behaviors, they all follow some of the same patterns. Okay, you have a situation where someone is wanting to endanger himself or perhaps others. I remember one summer, I was taking a course in counseling a number of years ago, and I decided that what I would write my paper on had to do with suicide. Because there was a boy in the congregation, and then there was a young lady from another church that I knew her family very well. And both of them had attempted suicide. Neither were successful. But I thought, you know, I need to know what I'm talking about, and these families need some help, and I need to really study this out. And I need to know. I need to know some things. And so here are some of the telltale signs of somebody who either is going to hurt themselves or maybe hurt someone else. Now, this day and time when we have all these school shootings, a lot of these kids realize that whenever they get involved in all this, their lives are going to end too. They don't expect they're going to get away with it, even though they may think at first, or some might, some don't. And some know that they're not going to happen. A lot of these older folks who get involved in violent killing of other people realize that they could get shot themselves. They may talk about committing a criminal hostile act. It's amazing how many of these people who are involved in shootings, mass shootings, have put it on Facebook. They're thinking about doing it. And how many times have you had a news report where they said, "Oh yeah, this person was on Facebook saying that they had this kind of thing"? Maybe it's a hostile act toward themselves, committing suicide, or maybe it's a plan to hurt someone else. So they begin to take actions toward a plan, such as stockpiling guns or poison or sleeping pills. Or maybe they give away their prized possessions because they don't think they're going to be around for very long. Or they begin to take impulsive risks with themselves or others. They begin to neglect their appearance. They might abuse alcohol or drugs if they're older. They might isolate her or himself by running away or dropping out of school. They might show dramatic changes in behaviors and mood. They might have a close friend or relative who commits suicide or a hostile act. Many times people who commit suicide have had a family member who has committed suicide, an older sibling, a parent or a grandparent, maybe an aunt or an uncle. Someone in their family has committed suicide, and that leads to others in the family to do that. Maybe they have had weight gain or weight loss that's taken place. Maybe they have trouble sleeping, sleeps excessively or has insomnia, cannot sleep at all. But what they're doing shows incredibly poor judgment, and that's consistent. Well, that's some of the signs of somebody who may be contemplating suicide. Depression. Here are some warning signs that someone is depressed. They have a loss of interest in all activities, and maybe activities they were once interested in and involved in, and now they don't have any involvement in those activities at all. Maybe it's a loss of interest in sports or the things that really were very important to them. Their appetite is disturbed. That is, they don't eat like they were eating. They might have a change in weight, either increase a lot or decrease real suddenly. They have difficulty sleeping. They feel agitated and restless. They have low energy. Can't get them to do much. They have high feelings of worthlessness or guilt. And I would add to that this idea of hopelessness. Most of the time they have some kind of, and maybe a whole group of problems that are pressing them, and they don't feel like there is any way to work through all the difficulties that they have. They have a difficulty in concentrating or thinking through and solving a problem. So many times, I had this girl that I loved and she rejected me, and I'll never find a wife, and it's hopeless for me to even try, and they sometimes will take their lives because of it. But they have been thinking about suicide. That usually is something that's in their thoughts long before it takes place. Sometimes they have hallucinations or delusions, or becoming extremely suspicious of others. All of these things are signs of depression. Sometimes it's high stress. Let me tell you, stress can mentally and physically kill you. It can actually kill a person. High stress can cause a person to have trouble focusing because of some significant traumatic event. They have intense fear. They feel helpless and sometimes horror. Withdrawal or emotional response to everything. They just feel numb and detached. When they talk about traumatic, people have a traumatic syndrome. Some of this is because of some high stressful situation, This is a part of what we're talking about. There's a reduction of awareness of what's going on around them. It's like they just walk around in a daze. Their memory loss is there. Sometimes the traumatic event, this can be maybe a robbery, a bad beating, a young lady being raped, all kinds of events. By the way, men get raped too, and it could be something like that. Nightmares, recurrent images of fearful thoughts. They have poor concentration. They're just irritable and restless. And of course, they have sleeping problems. That one is now the third time we've mentioned that. Then there's drug abuse. Whenever there's drug abuse, there's a change of friends. And of course, their new best friends all use drugs. They're careless about their personal appearance. There's a decline in participation at home. They don't want to be home. They want to be with their friends. There's diminished interest in hobbies, sports, or other activities that they were once quite involved with. Maybe there's an irritability and extreme shifts in mood. And a lot of that is caused by when they're high and when they're not. Eating and sleeping habits change. Lack of appreciation for family values. Lying. Now, when you're doing things that are wrong, you want to keep it a secret and you lie about things. Changes in school performance for a teenager, tardiness, truancy. When you have drug addiction, you'll have missing money because they're going to thieve. They'll be stealing money to get their drugs, or they'll steal possessions to take and sell at the pawn shop. Missing personal belongings, prescription drugs. Young man I knew stole from his grandmother various types of things. She had a lot of antiques. A lot of those antiques that she cherished, he would steal and go and sell and get another high on his drugs. They would use street and drug language. That changes, by the way, quite often. Many of the words we used in the 70s about drugs are not being used by this generation. Eyes are red or glassy. The nose is running, even though there are no allergies. Maybe there is a family history of alcoholism or drug abuse. If you have people in your background on either side of the family that have had trouble with alcoholism or drug abuse, genetically, maybe there's no direct link, but there may be genetically a weakness to those things of addictive. There are many different kinds of addictions, and nearly everybody has some form of addiction to something. Maybe you'll discover pipes, rolling papers, medicine bottles, butane lighters, and other things that are drug paraphernalia. Those, of course, are sure signs that there's abuse going on. So those are some things to know. Maybe you have gang violence going on. They may admit they're in a gang. Or maybe they're obsessed with a particular type of clothing or attire. Because to be in this gang, you have to wear the same clothes everybody else is wearing. Same colors or the same, maybe the same kind of shirt with writing on it. But it's that way. Gangs adopt an unusual desire for secrecy. We'll talk among ourselves, but we want to find a place where nobody can hear what we're talking about. They may exhibit a change in behavior and conduct and withdraw from the family. They're home to eat and change clothes and not much more sometimes. Frequently deceitful about activities. They don't want anybody to know what they're doing. Why? Because what they're doing is often illegal. Their grades decline. They don't care. Truancy and tardy records, and still they don't care. Because the only thing they want to do is to be well accepted by their gang. their gang becomes their new family. They begin breaking rules frequently. They are obsessed with gang music or videos. It shows evidence of physical injuries, but lies about the causes, because they were in fights or maybe abused by one of the gang members, other gang members. They're not very kind to each other, even though they want to be accepted by each other. Maybe there is a unexplained cash on them. All of a sudden they have all this money, and where did they get it? Well, they're not going to tell you where they got it. They may tell you some lie that they've made up, but they likely got it from someplace they shouldn't have got it from. They may exhibit use of drugs or alcohol. That often goes with the gangs. If you see your child displaying one of the problems, be careful not to accuse at the start. It's better to say something like this: I've noticed several changes in your behavior lately. Then list those behaviors and say, I wonder if there's something going on that I should know. I've heard of other young people displaying these types of behaviors, and they may be involved in, and then you kind of let them know. Is there something we can talk about? You know that I love you, but your changes have left me wondering what's happening. That's a much more compassionate way to deal with them than to assume and then blame. Now, this leads to another section, and I've entitled it, How to Listen So Your Child Will Talk. Your child will talk if you will listen. If you stop listening, your child will quit talking. My child won't talk to me. Well, nothing is more important than in your relationship with your child than effective, open communication. To be able to talk to your child, listen to your child, and have your child know that you are there for her or his best interests. And that is one of the most important aspects, really, of parenting. By communicating effectively with your child, you'll alleviate much of the stress that comes with being a parent. A big part of being a strong communicator is being a good listener. And when your child knows that you will listen to her when she talks, she will be more likely to listen to what you have to say. Jesus emphasized an awful lot of listening. Now, let him who has ears, let him hear. Jesus said that, and then he said it again to the 7 churches 7 times. Let him who has ears, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. But Jesus is the one who said that. Yeah, your red letter Bible will have those words in red 7 times in 2 chapters of Revelation 2 and 3. Here are some verbal and nonverbal ways to be a good listener. First, respond to nonverbal communication. This will encourage your child to express his emotions verbally. For example, if your child rolls her eyes, you might say, well, the way you're rolling your eyes suggests you don't agree. Am I right? If they roll their eyes and you see it, and you might say, well, you don't agree. Am I right? And then listen. A lot of times finding a time and place to talk is important. When your child approaches you to talk, but you can't do that right at that moment, and sometimes you can't, let your child know now is not the right time, but it's important that we talk. And so set a time and a place to talk later, when you can give your child your full attention. That's important, and that's what she or he deserves. Set the time and the place and then make sure you follow through. Don't make a promise if you're not going to follow through. It's not enough just to set a time. You have to follow through. Then when your child is there, you give your child full attention. When you sit down to talk, make sure that there are not any interruptions. You're not distracted. You give your child your full attention. If the phone rings, don't answer it. If it's important, they'll leave you a message. Check your cell phone, or don't be doing that. This is not the time to look on messages or Messenger or Facebook or Rumble or any other social media. When they're talking, let them finish. Don't interrupt them. Let your child finish what he wants to say. And when you do that, that shows that you care about what he has to say. Give nonverbal encouragement. Lean forward, make eye contact, and occasionally say, uh-huh, or Smile when appropriate to let your child know that you're interested in what he or she is saying. That's important. Then try to develop open and effective parent-child communication. Listen to more than your child's words. This is a little bit about what we meant when I said listen with your eyes and your ears, when we talked about this last night, how important it is to listen to the whole person, watch their body language, try to understand what their message is. And you can earn your child's trust by developing open, effective communication with your child. Communicating with your child is a two-way street. As the parent, you must be able to talk, but you must also be a great listener. Hear both the description of events that your child is communicating, but also tune into and acknowledge the emotions your children are feeling. And you can catch that from their tone of voice. You create the security and trust needed for effective, open parent-child communication when you allow your child to express herself fully, focus completely on your child, when you listen, and when you respond by addressing both the content, this is what happened, and the emotions. This is how it made me feel about what your child is telling you. You've got to address the feelings as well as the words. Start listening and communicating with your child early on. This will serve you both well during your child's teen years, when communication may become more difficult. And your child will know that he or she can come to you with anything, and you'll listen and help to solve the problems that they have. Now, when communicating with your child, focus and listen to your child. Effective listening is not a passive activity, but actually a very active one. Active listening. Be a good parent means being a great listener. Now, respect your child as the authority in his or her life experience. If you're asking them what happened and they tell you, let's remember they were there. They were there. And they are an authority about what happened, or at least their perspective of what happened. And when you listen to understand, to hear what they have to say and to understand it. And to understand your child's perception and understanding of the situations and understanding of the people. All of those things go into play. Now, by understanding your child's experience and their perspective and their temperament, you can better know your child and better help your child make the right decisions. You can interact well with others and build self-esteem. You can understand both the content, this is what happened, and the emotions, this is how it made me feel. This made me angry. This embarrassed me. This hurt my feelings. This made me feel good, whatever it is. But hear what your child is trying to communicate. And you have to respond both to the content of what's said and the emotions that your child is expressing. Well, acknowledge your child's emotional reaction by saying things like, well, that sounds frustrating. Or, I'm sure that hurts your feelings. You need to kind of acknowledge, and sometimes saying something is very helpful in that kind of an acknowledgement. And it's important to see those things. A lot of times it's helpful to identify and to reflect the feeling back to your child. In other words, if they're hurting, you're hurt with them. But it's a way that they can see that it's not just something that they're going through, but it's something that you have so much love and interest in them that you feel their pain. You know they're hurt. Realize that anger is a default reaction for children and teens. They might get angry about a lot of things. Your child may not be angry, but hurt or sad and expressing it through anger. But be patient with them. Be patient with them. And a lot of times they're angry about the situation. They're not angry at you. But to allow them to express their feelings is not hurtful. It's helpful. Talk to your child about what's going on and identifying your child's true emotion. How do you feel? I mean, are you angry? Are you upset? Are you just frustrated or what? This is my girls having a conversation, is what this is. Anytime my phone dings like that one time after another, it's because 2 or 3 of my daughters are having conversations, and usually Jackie's a part of it. I apologize. I thought I had silenced all that. Maybe I. Well, it keeps. Yeah, I know. I thought I had silenced. Listen to me. Well, there's television, telephone, and telewoman. So I'm sorry. That's an old bad joke. That's an old bad joke from a guy who grew up in a household full of boys. But help your child work through the situation and to control the anger or the emotions that are there, and to help them to try to work through that. Let's look at page 75, when children fall. This will be our last thing probably for this hour, and then we'll try to finish up a little bit later on. And I think it goes through page 81, so we're really on the downside here. Flee also youthful lusts, but pursue righteousness. This is page 75. Pursue faith, love, peace with those who call on the Lord out of a pure heart. But avoid foolish and ignorant disputes, knowing that they generate strife. And a servant of the Lord must not quarrel, but be gentle to all, able to teach, patient, in humility correcting those who are in opposition. If God perhaps will grant them repentance, so that they may know the truth, and that they may come to their senses and escape the snare of the devil, having been taken captive by him to do his will. Now, this last little section about the Lord's bondservant, the servant of the Lord, is such an important thing that has to do with reaching souls that are lost, reaching souls that have wandered away, dealing with any family member of how you deal with them. That's just attitude, and it is so important. The top 10 reasons young adults drop out of church. This is Lifeway research, where they ask lots and lots of people between the ages of 18 and 22. Well, they simply wanted a break from church. You notice that this group, not many of them got really too straightforward. The number of any of these things is not very high comparatively. Well, the church member seems judgmental or hypocritical. Well, I quit because of what other people were doing. I moved to college, or I had work responsibilities. Let me remind you that nearly 30% of the people in the United States work some Sundays. They work some Sundays. That's a lot of people. When you start thinking about firemen, people in the hospitals, people who work in retail, people who work in various types of things, they don't have that day off just because it's the Lord's Day. They move too far from church. Well, don't you have a car? Didn't feel connected to the people in my church. That's one that is something. Or became too busy, though still wanted to attend, but I just became too busy. Well, may have to think about your priorities there. Disagreed with church's stance on political or social issues. That was 18%. Homosexuality, that issue has been a big problem in the last generation for a lot of different things. The Methodist Church has now split completely over the issue of gender and homosexuality. And there are a lot of young people who think that Christians who don't believe that it's all right to be a homosexual, they are mean-spirited and judgmental. And they get they think they get very upright to think they ought to correct everybody in the church because of this matter that we're not loving enough, when, you know, you have to love God too. And when God spoke, He meant what He said about homosexuality. It's not just the Old Testament, it's also the New Testament. Someone says, well, Jesus never said anything about homosexuals in the gospel accounts. He never said anything about homosexuals. Yes, He did. Yes, He did. The word porneia, which is translated as fornication, Jesus talks about that phrase several times. Porneia. Porneia includes all kinds of sexual immorality. A couple of kids in the back seat of a car, a couple shacking up at a hotel. That's porneia. Adultery is a form of porneia. Bestiality is a form of porneia. Ancestral actions are a form of porneia, and homosexuality is a form of porneia. Porneia is a broad term that includes all types of sexual activity outside of marriage. And yes, when Jesus talked about porneia, that included talk about homosexuality. You know, the problem is everybody seems to know somebody who's had their feelings hurt because they were homosexual and somebody mistreated them. In this day and time, it's almost as likely for a homosexual to mistreat other people as it is for people to mistreat homosexuals. And the way the law reads, sometimes a homosexual has more rights than the common person. They can say all that they want to say about heterosexuals, but heaven help the person who is a heterosexual who says something about a homosexual. And it's kind of like, who was it, Animal Farm? That book we read in high school, which says all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. And these are some of the kinds of things that we're living through this day and time. Others would say, well, I chose to spend more time with friends outside of church. Well, that's honest. Well, I was only going to church to please others. I talked about the nuns. There are two groups of people that are talked about. I talked about the nuns. The nuns were 8% in the early 1990s. By 2008, they got to be around 16%. In 2018, they were 23.9%. Today, they are 29%. A nun is somebody who says, well, I have no affiliation with any church, synagogue, or mosque. I have no religion. I have no affiliation. That doesn't mean that they don't believe in God. It just means they're not affiliated with anybody. But there is another category. There is another category that I want you to think about, and that's the category of the don'ts. And the millennials have a very high score among the don'ts. And some of these statements that I saw down toward the bottom kind of spurred this on to me. A don't is somebody who doesn't believe in God. That's one category. The second category of a don't is somebody who don't believe we can know God. They're agnostics. That's what an agnostic is. There may be a God, but I don't think we can know anything about it. Well, an agnostic is really just kind of a half-bred atheist, but they're very similar. And there's probably about 10% of the people, maybe 12% of people who are atheists or agnostics. Maybe a little higher than that. But then there's a third category, and this is the one that surprised me. It was not that they were atheists or agnostics, but the reason they were among the don'ts was because they don't care. They don't care. 41% of millennials are don'ts. They don't believe or they don't care. That's a high percentage. And many of these other problems that we're seeing with church attendance and other moral problems are because they don't care. And they don't care about people who disagree with them. They just don't care. I don't think anything matters. The page 76, the moral downfall of America affects families and always hurts our youth the most. 4 in 10 children born in America are born to unmarried parents and mothers and fathers. We're told that half of all American children will witness the breakup of a parent's marriage. Millions of children live in single-parent or blended families. School teachers aren't ever sure the last name of a child is the name of the parents. I learned that when I was a PTA president for a while. And it's funny that way. Children who grow up in homes with both natural parents often have both parents working and only a limited time for their children. The traditional home, that is where dad worked and mom stayed home with the kids, is rare this day. And it's no wonder that young adults begin to stray early in life. Parents who love their children do all they can to keep their children active in church. But many young adults wander away from the faith when they go to college or move out on their own. People fall away from the church for a variety of reasons. Some get their feelings hurt by a church member, and this experience leads them to go astray. Some see people that they thought were mature Christians living sinful lives, and they think the whole church may be full of hypocrites. The word hypocrite is an actor, a pretender, somebody who pretends to be something he does not intend to be. That's what a hypocrite is. Others get caught up in their own sins and simply drop out because they're ashamed and they don't want anybody confronting them about it. If they go to church, they'll hear what they're doing is wrong and they don't want to hear it. Others have gone to college with professors who don't believe in Jesus Christ, and it causes young people to stop believing. Still others fall away because they're angry with their parents and they know quitting church will hurt their parents. They're in that slap your daddy category. When children fall away, parents have to figure out what caused the problem and then take steps to bring their children back. And sadly, people do as they choose, and you can't make children come back. That doesn't mean, however, parents are helpless. You can do something to help. The scripture says in Epistle of Jude, verses 20 to 23, "But you, beloved, build yourselves up in the most holy faith. Pray in the Holy Spirit. Keep yourselves in the love of God, waiting for the mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ that leads to eternal life. And have mercy on those who doubt. Save others by snatching them out of the fire, and to others show mercy with fear, hating even the garment stained by the flesh." That's helpful in dealing with people who do that. We're living in a hostile culture, folks. There are two places I'd like to recommend to you. Maybe we'll stop here and we'll pick up on page 76 in a little bit. But there are two places. One is in the book of Jeremiah, and I'm wanting to say it's Jeremiah chapter 31. Let me make sure that that's correct. Where Jeremiah is instructing the people who have been taken away into Egypt how to live in Egypt. I mean, not Egypt. They've been taken to Babylon. Excuse me. How to survive living in a hostile culture. I believe it's chapter 31. I better make sure I'm speaking off the cuff, and I don't like to do that. But he talks about how to live in a place that is different from their home, and how to survive in Babylon when there are people who don't have that. Well, I'll have the answer for that in just a little bit. But one is in the book of Jeremiah with regard to the chapter. I taught that when I was here a few years ago, and now I've forgotten it. But the other is the book of 1 Peter. The book of 1 Peter is a book that will teach you how to live in a hostile community. A hostile group of people who do not love you, do not understand you, and do not understand your faith. And they will persecute you. When Peter was writing 1 Peter, he was writing to a group of people, warning them that the day would come that they would face severe persecution and how to behave until that day came. And so during the break here a little bit, I will, it could very well be 37. If it's in the 30s, it could be 37. And so from now to then, I'll just have to swallow my pride a little bit, and then we'll get back to it. What had happened is in Jeremiah, there were some people who claimed to be prophets in Babylon, telling the people what to do, and telling them that God would restore them and they could come back to Jerusalem in a short period of time. Now, let's remember, this is before Jerusalem is destroyed. But of course, that's false. And what he's saying is, no, you better stay in Babylon, and here's what you do in Babylon. You get along and you do what's right. Anyway, we're not talking about Egypt. We're talking about how to survive in Babylon. And we'll look at this in a little bit. I'm sure it's in the 30s, though. And I always forget this particular one. Let's take a break now that it's 3 o'clock, and we'll come back and we'll finish up our study in the next hour. Let's try to make this a 10-minute break so that we can go ahead, and if we finish early, then we'll finish early. And that'll be that. Okay, this will be our last session in this series, and we're talking about teens and trying to do that. And then also, whenever children fall away, what can we do to help keep that from happening? And what do we do once sometimes that's happened? How do we deal with it? First, you can build yourselves up in your most holy faith. You have to keep your faith. You have to keep your faith strong, even if your children fall away. You don't quit going to church. You don't quit loving the Lord. You don't quit thinking that somehow or another you have failed in life. You've not. We can't be responsible. The Father is not responsible for the behavior of the Son, and the Son is not responsible for the behavior of the Father, according to the Scriptures. You know, when you read Ezekiel chapter 18, very clearly, there comes a point in time when everybody becomes responsible for themselves. Whether your children are teenagers or adults, I know that parents take the souls of their children seriously. You want them to remain right with God and to live with God forever. The best thing you can do for your children is to remain strong in your faith. The reason the prodigal son went home was because the home was stable. Some people want to blame the father for the son's behavior, but it was the father's strength and his love and his commitment to God that really brought the son back home. He said, if I can't find anybody else, I can go home. Maybe I can work for my dad. But it was the stability of the father that brought him back. You be somebody who is built up in your faith. Second, whenever your child falls away, love them. Everybody needs love. Love doesn't mean that you condone or excuse their sins. It does mean that you won't give up on them. Loving them means letting them know that you care for them in spite of the life that they're living, and you want what is best for them. You might have a child that decides they're gay or lesbian. You might have a child that goes to jail. You might have a child that wanders off and becomes a drunk or a drug addict. But you love them anyway. There's some things you can do for them, some things you can't, but you always can love them. Many young adults need to understand that love doesn't necessarily mean approval of their behavior. God can love us as his children and yet hate our sinful behavior. God hates sin, but he loves people. Jesus hated the sins that we all commit because he knew how destructive they are to us. But he loved us all, and he loved us enough to go to the cross for us. Now, Romans 5, 6-8 talks about people being weak. These are 4 adjectives. There are 3 in verses 6-8, and there's another one in verse 10. He says we were weak. Others say helpless. At the right time, Christ died for the ungodly. God shows his love for us, and while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. Weak. A weak person is somebody who cannot help himself, like a little baby, or like a person who's bedfast at the hospital, can't even get out of the bed. They're weak and helpless. They need to have somebody tend to them. We are weak. We are ungodly. What is ungodly? Sometimes people think ungodly is the idea of somebody who's wicked. But ungodliness is not the same thing as being wicked. To be ungodly means that somebody never gives God a second thought. The wickedness comes because they don't think about God. They don't know God, or they don't think about God, or they don't care about God. And so they do wicked things because of their attitude toward God. That's what an ungodly person is. Jesus died for people who had never heard of him. He went to the cross not only for those who believed, died not only for our sins, John says, but also for the sins of the whole world. He died for people who are like you and people who aren't like you, who think like you and don't think like you, who look like you and don't look like you. He died for everybody. And I think that's important. But the fourth one is, if you get into verse 10, it says that he died for people who were his enemies, and that he loves those who are his enemies. When you think about that, it's really a powerful thing. When Jesus rescued and forgave the woman caught in adultery, for instance, in John 8, he said to her, "Go, and from now on sin no more." Young people have to learn the grace of God is not some license to stay in sin, but that God expects us to change our lives to conform to his will. Some young people think condemning sin, as the Bible does, is mean-spirited, but nothing could be farther from the truth. Scripture says in the book of Titus 2, 11-14, "For the grace of God has appeared, bringing salvation for all people, training us to renounce ungodliness and worldly passions, and to live self-controlled, upright, and godly lives in the present age, waiting for the blessed hope and the appearing of the glory of our great God and Savior Jesus Christ, who gave himself for us to redeem us from all lawlessness and to purify for himself a people for his own possession who are zealous for good works." God saved you to change you, to transform you. You know, sometimes we sing that song, "Just as I Am," But the idea, yes, He'll save us just as we are, but He doesn't want us to stay that way. You know, the idea that somehow or another I can be just as I am and keep on being just as I am. No. No, grace of God is to transform us. Third, you can pray for your children. Some folks must go through hard times before they see where their sins are leading them. Sometimes they have to go to jail. Sometimes they have to go to a hospital. Sometimes they have to go through some other difficult circumstance before they hit bottom and begin to change their ways. Pray that your children will come to their senses. Pray that they'll remember the love and grace of God. Pray that they'll see the need to repent. Pray that their hearts will be open to the Word of God. Pray that they'll see the error of their ways. Pray every day and don't stop praying. We never know, listen to me now, we never know all that God is doing to answer our prayers. Things that He does behind the scenes and He doesn't tell us about it. And we'll never know what He's doing a lot of times. But we do know that God listens and wants every person to do what is right. The Bible says in 2 Peter 3:9 that the Lord is not slack concerning His promise, as some men count slackness, but is long-suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. He's not going to twist anybody's arm, but God can use some kinds of circumstances to wake people up to their spiritual condition. You know, the most powerful life, the most effective life is not always one that's a bed of roses. Sometimes it's the rough bumps of life that wake us up to our need for God. Your son or your daughter has a conscience, and who knows what will prick that conscience to turn their lives around. Fourth, you can and you should talk with your children and encourage them to come back to God. Brothers, if anyone's caught in any transgression, you who are spiritual, restore him in a spirit of gentleness. Keep watch on yourself, lest you too be tempted. Parents, your attitude toward your young adults may be the real key to winning back their hearts. If you become self-righteous, get mad and angry, you'll certainly end any meaningful communication with them. But if you gently and humbly approach them in love, they may listen to you. Approaching other people to lead them back to God is not an easy task. It takes humility, gentleness, and patience. And of course, we've seen that from 2 Timothy 2, and how the Lord's bondservant must not be quarrelsome. You're not fighting with them. You have to be kind, able to teach, patient when wrong, gentle, and yes, correcting those in opposition. And hopefully that God will grant them time to come to their senses and turn away from their sin. Fifth, help them find the answers to their doubts. A set of parents came to me one time, and they had a son who was going to the university, and his teachers were all evolutionists, and they didn't believe in God and other things, and they were teaching him. And he had many, many doubts about faith in God. And this is one of the reasons why we need to really think about those folks who are much better educated than we are in areas of science. Someone like a Jeff Miller at Apologetics Press. There's a dear brother who works up in Huntsville, Alabama, who helped me with one young man. There are people who know. The fellow at World Video Bible School, Branyan May, is an astrophysicist, has a doctor's degree. You see, there are very educated people who are believers. And one of the things that we can do in the church today, we couldn't do when I was young. We have people now who are able to do things that we couldn't do. I have probably no less than 250 books that are just dealing with apologetics. Some of it with creation, some of it with the resurrection, some of it with the Bible, some of it with other questions that people have. That was my major when I was in graduate school, was apologetics. And there are books that will answer every question. If you want a free resource, you think about the questions that are being asked in a place like apologeticspress.org. There isn't any question you'll come up with that you can't find an answer somewhere in that book, in that website. They've got question after question answered. There's more things that are there. We have more reasons to believe today available to us than in any time in my lifetime. When I was a young preacher in the early 70s, you could count the number of apologetic books that I even knew about on one hand. And today I have whole bookcases full because these things are important. And if you're going to win people to the Lord, you have to know the resources that can answer their doubts. If your child has a doubt, don't put them down. Find an answer. And the answers are there. And that's what makes it so important. When talking to an unfaithful child, the best thing to do is to love them, to welcome them back home, to be there for them, to pray about it, the things that we've talked about. On page 79, it says reasons young adult dropouts return to church. Here are some things I think are very helpful. 39% said parents or family members encouraged me to attend. You see, your encouragement, your request can make a difference. Sometimes they simply felt the desire to return because something happened that maybe pricked their conscience or made them remember some good experience that they had had in the past. They felt that God was calling me to return to the church. Maybe something happened where they're looking at that and thinking that some event, God was in that event trying to help them to see things. But they had children and felt that it was time for them to start attending. Like I said, a lot of times when a young adult and a spouse have children, they sometimes come back to church. Maybe friends or acquaintances encouraged me to attend. Or they wanted to make a difference and help others, and so church was one of the ways they did this. Or they got married and wanted to attend with their spouse. I can't tell you how many people I know are members of the church today because they married somebody who was a member of the church. I've never been in a group even half this size that I didn't find somebody who came to the Lord's church because they married somebody who was a member of the church. And it's just that way. Let's look at page 80. This is a very positive thing, and this will be our last little bit. This was a study that was done by Flavel Yakeley. Well, what a name, Flavel Yakeley. And he produced this in 2009. I was doing a lecture at the Southeast School of Preaching, Institute of Biblical Studies in Carnes. And he was also delivering 2 or 3 lectures at this same place. And we had a chance to sit and talk a little while. At the airport, he was catching a flight home, and so was I. And we spent about an hour waiting for our planes to arrive and leave. And we talked about these kinds of things. And he had some things in the lectureship book that came out of the 2009 lectures that was not in other things that I had seen. He went into more detail. And this is a part of what was gleaned from that. Yakeley's study in 2009 was on the retention of members of the church during the college and young adult years. And here was the assessments for the last 100 years show remarkable consistency. He found, looking back, 58% of the young people staying in churches of Christ after they grow up and leave home. That is 58% do. 30% never return. But 12% who drop out of church when they left home then returned to the church after they got married and started having children. Now that's important. Some of them do come back, about a third of them, maybe a little more than a third. All church members who graduate from high school, that is 58.2%, remain members. But now that's not the whole story. That's not the whole story. Of the 31.4% of young people who attend Christian colleges, 85.1% are still faithful. But I want you to look at this little chart that goes from left to right here. There are churches that describe themselves as being much more liberal or progressive, and some at the other end much more conservative or traditional. And what is interesting is that the churches that were more on the extremes, some extreme progressive and some extreme conservative, look at the losses. I want you to see this. Those that were most progressive kept only about less than 40% of their kids. Those that were real conservative kept less than 40% of their kids. But let's look in the middle. And it's interesting, those that were a little more conservative kept 58%. Those that were only a little more, just a little bit progressive or liberal, kept 55%. But those who were in the middle of the road kept 62% of their kids. Now, what is interesting is that the ones that were progressive that went out from them, they went to the world. They went to other churches. Those that were more progressive, 75% of them went to some other church. They did not quit going to church, but it wasn't the Church of Christ. And 24% of them became unattached to anything. That's the more liberal. Look at the more conservative. There was only a 39.9% that were retained. But of the others who left, 75% of them didn't go to church anywhere. The ones that were the most conservative lost their kids to the world. Why? Because no church was good enough, and only about a fourth of them would go to other churches. In the case of the middle of the road, yes, there was a 62% retention. By the way, let's remember that 12% would have come back after a period of time. So if you add those two together, that would be 74%. But of those who did leave, about half of them went to other churches, Baptist or Methodist or Catholic or Mormon or whatever. And about a little over 50% went to the world. I thought it was interesting that the moderate churches like this one here at here at Warner Robins, would keep more of their kids than the ones that go loosey-goosey and the ones that go nearly anti. Now, let's remember that these are self-described categories. Self-described. I didn't make these up. Lads to Leaders, which began right here in this congregation, found that all of the young people who went through their programs, from early age up through high school, that there was an 85% retention rate of faithfulness to the Lord's church. That's huge. That's huge. The U.S. Religious Landscape Survey that took place, I think this was in 2016, in the appendix found that 23 to 22% of the members of Churches of Christ were between the ages of 18 and 29. And actually, the median age, the average age of a member of the congregation was actually younger than the national average. Churches of Christ were actually a younger church that the average age of the people in the church was younger than the national average. I thought that was interesting, something that I find from a little study. Some changes I think that we need to make. We cannot expect our children to mature spiritually if we give them a Sesame Street spiritual diet. You can't entertain people into the church. Jesus did not offer couches to our high school students. He offered crosses. We need to take that seriously. Some of you were in the service. When did you go? Around 18, 19? A kid in high school who graduates is only a little bit younger. You were willing to go and perhaps sacrifice your life for our country. But we treat our high school students in some places that I have been, the only people that are more comfortable than the high school students are the kids that are in the cribs in cradle row. You can't win children to the cross by placating every little comfort to them. That's my opinion, and that's something. We should challenge our children, and sometimes the fluff that we allow is somewhat insulting to them. There is a group of students at Oklahoma Christian that they are tired of these new songs, and they get together every Friday night on their own in a chapel and sing nothing but old songs. They will not allow a new song to be sung. Yeah. We must begin training parents in how to train their children spiritually. People do not arise above the expectations that we place on them. If we expect little from teens and young adults, we'll get little. If we raise them up to expect to be entertained and coddled, they will not outgrow it. And many of the problems that we have in some of our play churches is that we do everything to play with those kids, and they are the most important people in the world. When they're in high school, they have their own youth group. They do this, they do that, and they go off to college, and they come home when they're 22. And you know what? They're nobody then. When they left, they were the most important people in the church, the future of the church. They go to college, and then they come home. And they don't find how that everybody in the whole world is rallying around them for everything they want to do. Do you catch the picture that I'm painting here? I've watched this for 40 years, maybe longer. But I do have to wonder if we haven't already raised a generation of people who have lost sight of the cross they are to bear, who cannot sing if they do not sing praise songs, who must put their feet up in the pews and sit in couches in the classroom. And when they quit being the center of attention and quit being coddled, they leave. The other problem that I sometimes think is that with young people, we get into a situation where we have the youth group that almost becomes its own church inside a church. And whenever they get older, they leave the youth group, they actually have left their church because they have not had strong relationships with people outside their youth group. Yeah. They have their own worship, they have their own songs, they have their own network of relationships. And when children are converted to the youth group, they're converted to a temporary part of life. When that life ends, they no longer have a connection to the church as a whole. And when we focus on keeping young adults happy and lose sight of training them for righteousness, we raise up a group of selfish, me first, and easily angered young adults. And it's not an accident that some of them are the ones who are pushing, oh, why can't girls lead in worship? Oh, why can't we have instruments of music? Why can't we do this and why can't we do that? And in many cases, they've never been taught, never been challenged. I don't think that's probably true here, but what I am seeing across the brotherhood, that's true in many places. And it's sad. It's very sad And it bothers me beyond measure. Jeremiah 29, that's the place where the letter that Jeremiah writes to those who are exiles in Babylon. He says, build houses, plant gardens. And then he says, be people that are part of the community. Support your community. Don't be people who keep to yourselves. Now, that didn't mean that they didn't stay with their faith. They could do that at Babylon. But he said, you know, pray for your leaders even. You know, be a part of this situation that you found yourself in. And I think that there's some good advice to that for us today. And then he made the promise to them that God had plans for them to restore them. This is chapter 29, verse 11, which I should have remembered, about how God had plans for them to restore them and to bless them. Like I say, I think sometimes being a parent is one of the hardest jobs that people have. But please don't despair. You're not fighting this fight alone. There are other parents that you can help and work with, and you have good leaders. Work hard. Support the children in the work that they do for the Lord. To get involved. To be willing to sacrifice. Ask them to do things. It's amazing what children are willing to do for the cause of Christ. I'm talking about teenagers. I think I call them children. To me, they're children now. I learned how to do personal evangelism when I was a teenager. And your teenagers can learn how to do it too. There are many, many things that a young person can do, and we need to challenge them to do it. My voice is about to give out, so it's time for me to quit. I want to thank you for all of your kind attention. 12 hours is a long time to listen to one guy talk. And I hope that this course has provided for you a lot of different insights that come out of my 50 years of preaching and things that I think would be helpful to you in dealing with problem situations and maybe a different perspective. You can't change the world. You can only change yourself. But if you become the best that you can be, it can certainly help others to become the best they can be. Light the way for the young people. Light the way. Show them what's right. Teach them what's right. And that's the best chance you have of keeping them right with God. May the Lord be with you. Let's end with prayer. And Dave, why don't you lead our prayer?
That's right. Glorious Heavenly Father, we're grateful for another opportunity to come humbly once more before His throne. We're grateful, Father, for your Son, who has given us all that we can have this opportunity. We're mindful, Father, of many of our number that are struggling in this life. We pray, Father, we can strengthen and encourage and be vessels of your vessels to strengthen and encourage those we come in contact with, those who are in need. Father, we give praise and glory to you and give thanks to our brother Phil and for his love for you, his desire to serve, and his ability to share your word and message. We thank you for bringing him our way. We pray your blessings for he, Jackie, and his entire family. Father, we pray for all those that are present, all those that attended, and all those that could not, that we would share the message with them, that they could help their family to grow stronger in your word. Indeed, we do your things according to your word, according to your desire. Amen.
Amen.